Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Councillors, please take your seat. Those who are outside, please.
Mr. Speaker, I think the IFP is waiting for this one councillor here to come and join them because nobody is here.
Those who are outside, please move with speed. Please take your seats. Thank you very much, councillors. Let's start our meeting. I will now request the City Manager, Mr. Mpele, to read the notice of convening the council meeting. City Manager.
Honorable Speaker, good morning to you, His Worship the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Whip of Council, collective leadership of Council, ngikhuleke kumakhosi aseNdlunkulu, ngiphinde ngibingelele amalunga omphakathi ayingxenye yalomhlangano lapho besibukela khona ngokuchwepheshe banamuhla. Ngiyanibingelela nonke and greetings to the members of the media, the members of public who are joining us through live streaming. I hereby wish to read the notice of the meeting to all members of eThekwini Municipal Council in terms of Section 29, subsection 1 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act number 117 of 1998 as amended, and that a directive by the Speaker. Members are hereby notified that an ordinary meeting of the eThekwini Municipal Council will now be held on the 11th of December 2023 at 10 o'clock in Nkosi Albert Luthuli International Convention Center on number 45 Bramfisher Road, Durban. Thank you.
Thank you very much, City Manager. I want to take this opportunity to welcome all council members. I also want to welcome all our officials, led by the City Manager, Mr. Mpele. Sikhuleke kakhulu kumakhosi aseNdlunkulu who are part of this meeting. Siyafisa futhi ukwemukela amalungu omphakathi ayingxenye yalomhlangano nalabo who are viewing this council meeting through our social media platforms. You are all welcome. Thank you very much for being part of this meeting. May I request that we all stand up and receive the national anthem. Thank you.
Let us all unite
for prayers and meditation. Thank you very much. You may take your seats. We will now start by the announcements. May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention? The eThekwini municipality extends its appreciation to everyone who took part and had initiative during the 16 days of activism for non-violence against women and children campaign. Under this year's theme, investing to prevent violence against women and girls. Let's continue to fight this terrible blight and protect our women and all the vulnerable groups within our society. The city of eThekwini wishes its citizens and visitors a wonderful festive season. The city is ready and prides itself for developing a sound festive season management plan which will ensure everybody enjoy the attraction in the city of Durban in a safe and exciting manner. Councillors' attention is drawn to the fact that this is the last council meeting of the year. I would like to thank all councillors and officials for maintaining good work ethics, thus ensuring the municipal council fulfills its strategic objective in a bid to provide sustainable service delivery to our citizens. The municipal council is therefore going on recess with the effect from the 12th of December 2023 to the 12th January 2024. Any matters requiring decision during this period will be dealt with in terms of Rules of Order 28 and therefore reported to the first council meeting in January 2024 for ratification purposes. The city also congratulates Team eThekwini for yet again flying the municipal flag high at the recent held 2023 SALCA Games, for scooping almost all medals and trophies and for being the overall 23 winners in these games. Congratulations and well done to the team eThekwini. Appreciations again goes to the chair of the committee, Councillor Sokabase, and the entire collective in the committee. Councillors are reminded to conduct themselves in line with the provisions of the Code of Conduct for Councillors to ensure this meeting is conducted in a dignified manner and portraying a good leadership image to the residents of eThekwini. Councillors, we also want you to note that there are no parking exit tickets. The boom gate will be left open when you exit after council. There's no need to panic. When you leave the ICC, the gate will be open for all of you. Best wishes to all councillors who celebrate their birthday in the month of November, and celebrating this birthday in this month, bafisela inyanga enhle yokuzalwa nokuthi uNkulunkulu ababusise bonke futhi abandisele. Those are the announcements. We will now move to the Speaker's report. This report, we present it where we update council on municipal council activities. We will start by reporting that the eThekwini municipality, led by His Worship, the Mayor, Councillor Mxolisi Kaunda, successfully launched the municipality festive seasons program that is aimed at attracting many tourists to visit the warmest city, our city of Durban, as the greatest tourist attraction that it is. This launch marked the official commencement of the 2023 festive season. It is pleasing to report that the municipality has been tirelessly working to ensure timely attention is given to resolve issues around water shortages, quality of water in our beaches, fixing swimming pools, and other related activities to ensure that the city is ready to welcome tourists for the said festive period, and that communities are comfortable during this festive season. The municipality successfully hosted the Crime and Social Cohesion Conference tackling matters of safety and security in our municipality in terms of crime management. The Fraud and Corruption Awareness Seminar was also held over the month of November 2023 in the fight against fraud and corruption. Several other community and stakeholder engagement were held over the period. If I can name the few, Operation Sukumasake Day was on the 17th of November 2023 at Umlazi, which included Ward 78, Ward 79, Ward 80, Ward 81, and Ward 88. Mayoral Izimbizo held on the 2nd of November in Ward 96, Ward 100, and Ward 105. 25th November and on the 10th of December 2023. The purpose of this engagement is to engage communities on the outstanding urgent service matters, such as water shortages, and provide a status report on those matters that the municipality is currently working on. These engagements are yielding such positive results as communities got to know and understand that their matters are being attended to. Let's move now to the alleged hazardous breach with Schedule 7 Code of Conduct for Councillors. Council to note that Schedule 7 Code of Conduct for Councillors make provision that a councillor must attend each meeting of the municipal council and of a committee of which that councillor is a member, except when a leave of absence is granted in terms of the applicable law or as determined by the rules and order of councils, or that councillor is required in terms of this code to withdraw from the meeting. Section 9, subsection 1, B, C of the Rules of Order by Law 2014 make further provision that leave of absence if a councillor is unable to remain in attendance at a meeting or will arrive after the stipulated commencement time of a meeting. The councillor must, as soon as reasonably possible and prior to the meeting, launch with the speaker an application in writing for the leave of absence. On the 15th of August 2023, Council will recall that there are councillors from the African National Congress, the ANC, that left the meeting without having complied with the above-mentioned provision, hence being alleged in breach of the Councillor Code of Conduct. In addressing the above-mentioned allegation, the Speaker applied to Section 15 of the Code of Conduct, which make provision that if the Speaker of a municipal council is on a reasonable opinion that there's been a breach of the code, may give a councillor reasonable time or opportunity to reply in writing regarding the alleged breach. The said councillors that left the meeting held on the 15th August 2023 were all given an opportunity to respond to the alleged breach. Some responded as required, and the reasons submitted to the Speaker were considered, and they were all issued with warnings. However, those that did not respond will be referred to the Ethics Committee in line with Section 16 of the Code of Conduct for investigation and a recommendation to Council. Council to recall that also on the 31st of October 2023, there are councillors from the Economic Freedom Fighters, the EFF, that were removed from council proceedings due to the conduct that were disruptive to the meeting. The removal of such councillors is in line with the item 15, subsection 5 of the Rules of Order provision, which read, when the Speaker directs a person to leave the meeting as per sub-rule 1H, and such person refuses to leave, the Speaker must, where such person is a councillor, instruct the whip of the councillor's political party to remove the councillor from the meeting. Instruct the chief whip to remove such councillor from the meeting. Where the whip fails to act, or the councillor concerned fail to leave, as paragraph I, or instruct officials of the municipality providing security management services at the meeting to remove such councillor from the meeting, where the councillor concerned failed to leave as per subparagraph I, subject to sub-rule 6. And where such a person is a person other than a councillor, instruct officials of the municipality providing security management services at the meeting to remove such person, subjected to sub-rule 6. The municipal manager may, for the purpose of ensuring the safety of all persons attending a meeting of council, appoint officials of the municipality to provide security management services at such meeting. Council will recall that the Code of Conduct regulations, gazetted in June 2023, stipulate that in the event where councillors leave the meeting prior finishing of the business of the day without necessary approval being sought, and or councillors who stage a walkout are all considered to be in breach of the Code of Conduct for councillors. Again, the Speaker of Council applied Section 15 of the Code of Conduct for councillors and requested the implicated EFF councillors to make written submissions in terms of the alleged breach for being removed from the meeting. The said councillors were given until Friday, the 8th December, to make submissions. Accordingly, the Speaker will consider submissions made and sanction accordingly. However, for those that did not make submission as required, same principle will apply of being referred to the Ethics Committee for further investigation and recommendations to Council. Once the two above matters have been concluded, a report thereof shall be forwarded to the MEC COGTA in KwaZulu-Natal in line with provision 15 subsection 3 of the Code of Conduct for Councillors. Let's move now to the interesting matter that most of you we have been waiting for us to report about. The Senior Citizens Programs for 2023. Annually, the eThekwini Municipality celebrates its elderly through the ward-based Senior Citizen Program, which is part of the City Relieved Program. These celebrations are held toward the end of the year, in time like this where there are a lot of festivities, where many families are gathering, having fun. Council is reminded that previously the format of this celebration was a gathering where elderly, our senior citizens, will come together, socialize, interact with the municipality, and thereafter be issued with take-home groceries. However, due to COVID-19 and its regulation, such gatherings were no longer allowed. This necessitated that the format thereof be changed to just issuing senior citizens with food vouchers to enable them to acquire the supplies or treat themselves. From year 2020, senior citizens have been issued with the said food vouchers, and this year as well, 2023, senior citizens will be issued with food vouchers. As in the previous year, each ward councillor will receive a total of 500 food vouchers to issue to the senior citizens from the respective wards. Ward councillors are encouraged to accommodate PR councillors in this allocation and to work with ward committees in issuing the food vouchers. The food vouchers will be made available to ward councillors from Thursday and Friday the 15th. However, ward councillors will be advised when they are ready for collection. In other words, councillors, we are announcing this date because once we have received these 55,500 vouchers, we have to sort them according to all our 111 wards. But once the team have sorted all the vouchers, then we are going to get a call from my office to come and collect. Announcing the date, Thursday and Friday, we just want to make you aware so that you report to your communities. But don't come to my office without a call, because there'll be chaos. There'll be chaos. You are 111. We are going to invite you in groups. But all of you, we are going to get your 500 vouchers latest before Friday or on Friday. From the year 2020, senior citizens have been issued with the said food vouchers. As I've indicated, this year we are going to do the same. But I do want to, may I have your attention, I do want to emphasize one point. I have received a number of complaints from PR councillors, complaints and proposals. They were requesting the Speaker to consider giving PR councillors their share or an allocation of a number of vouchers. They are making allegation that ward councillors, when they distribute these vouchers, they distribute them to their members of their political parties. Those are very serious allegations. They are also saying to me, Speaker, not all senior citizens who are deserving or qualifying are getting these vouchers. They are then saying to me, Speaker, please give an allocation to us. Now, I then said to them, if you are accusing ward councillors, what will make me to be convinced that your conduct as PR councillors won't be similar to those of ward councillors? Because we are all politicians, you all come from political parties. What will make me to trust you as PR councillors? I then said in my response, as a Speaker of Council, I don't deal with political parties. I deal with councillors. Democratically elected councillors are ward councillors representing all 111 wards in our municipality. I have no reason now to doubt their leadership. As a Speaker of Council, I still have confidence in all ward councillors that they represent the interest of their communities. These vouchers will be distributed fairly to those deserving senior citizens. But if those allegations made by PR councillors are true, I want to warn ward councillors and to caution you, at the same time to appeal to refrain to such acts. Make sure that the council or the municipality, this program is a sign of respect of our senior citizens. Please distribute them fairly. Hence, we are recommending that ward councillors, where you are working, work with PR councillors, work with structures, in this case, ward committees, so that collective structures in each and every ward take responsibility in distributing these vouchers. Thank you very much, councillors, for your attention. Thank you.
Speaker.
Speaker.
Order, please lower your hands. Please lower your hands, all of you. Lower your hands. Let's agree first that as we are raising your hands, you all know that you are out of order. The reason why you're out of order, The reason why you're out of order is because for the past 2 years, as a Speaker of Council, we are on record addressing you to say that the Speaker's announcement and the Speaker's report is not for discussion in Council. We don't debate, we don't discuss the Speaker's report, we don't discuss the announcement. Now that decision stands. Even today, I will not allow the report of the Speaker and the announcement to be discussed. Any other issues
Speaker,
concerning to
Speaker,
order.
on a point of order, Speaker.
Only other issues concerning to the report that can be brought to the chief whip
on
of
a
your
point of
political
order,
party, and your political party can bring those to my attention.
It's going, Speaker, on a
Point of order,
thanks.
Councillor
Point of
Mvubu.
clarity, Speaker.
Point of order, Councillor Mvubu.
No,
No,
I think,
Mthetho
Speaker, it's
with-
going to be problematic if that's how you are going to start your meeting. Like, really, you are going to collapse your meeting here. All of us, we must be treated with respect. We understand that this is your report. And by the way, this is not true what you are saying because it has happened before. There's councillors were given an opportunity to speak on your report.
Yeah.
It has happened before.
Yeah,
So,
Councillor Mvubu, so that's not the point of order.
It is a point
No,
of
no,
order, Speaker,
listen. Let
Because
me
we are
ad-
starting this
order,
meeting in
order,
a very
order.
wrong
Let
manner.
me address you, Councillor Mvubu, with due respect. Councillors, I've always said this in council. These reports are not for discussions, but in some instances, it is my discretion and my decision if there are issues where I feel that I can allow you to engage in council. But normally, these reports are not being discussed.
Point of order,
Now,
Speaker.
let's not make a mistake, Councillor Mvubu, by
Point of order.
allowing you
Point
at
of
a particular point
order.
and to make that a norm.
Order, Speaker.
Let's allow Mvubu to finish. Let's allow Mvubu to finish. Councillor Mvubu?
Speaker, yes. You know, Speaker, the problem that we all, like particularly we have with regard to this item.
Which item?
Yeah, the one that you just presented. I really don't understand why did you invite us into a meeting to discuss about these Christmas vouchers, if then you are going to come back and say what you just said now. I mean, there is no clarity. It's just ambiguous when you say peer councillors must work with ward councillors. How?
Okay.
How? So
No.
does it mean that we are going
You
to
see-
be at the mercy of
Before,
ward councillors?
before I take Councillor Mchetwa, you see Mvubu, if I say the matter from where I'm sitting is not for discussion, for you as a politician, is to convince council and convince the speaker to understand your point of arguments. Because I'm sitting here as well listening to you. This is your meeting. But I don't get the point you are trying to advance. Now, I expect you, if you want me to reconsider my decision,
Yes.
to bring valid reason of which you have failed to do so.
Speaker.
Councillor Mchetwa?
Point of order, Speaker.
Councillor Mchetwa?
Thank you, Speaker. I think the part about senior citizen vouchers has been covered by, reluctantly I agree that Councillor Mvubu has covered that, because I think as the custodian of this program, as the Speaker, at some point you need to come out clearly and say it's either PR councillors are accommodated or not. You don't leave it to individuals to decide. But we will leave it to your discretion.
Okay.
But you must be clear as to what the next course of action is going to be.
Okay.
But now that you keep saying that your report is not up for discussion, you only allow us to discuss it if you feel that there is something that needs to be said. I don't believe that we are here being led by your feelings to say, today you feel. What must happen is that you direct us to the rule that empowers you to say we can or cannot discuss your report, because your report is part of this agenda. And on this agenda, all items are up for discussion. What qualifies you to say your report is not up for discussion? Thank you.
Okay, but Mchetwa, we have asked this question many times before. We responded, legal responded, but I don't want to take that. Councillor Kuzwayo?
Yeah, no, siyabonga Speaker. Cha mina angifisi khona ukudiscuss report yakho. Bengithi nje Speaker kwenzeke omission kuma announcement ukuthi singamamukela uKhansela wase Ward 9 eqala ukuba ingxenye yalomhlangano.
Wase Ward 9. Sabemukela kwi-virtual meeting. Sabemukela order. Sabemukela kwi-virtual meeting, but it's good to officially welcome in our first physical meeting of council.
On the point of
Welcome,
order.
Councillor Nala,
Point of order, Speaker.
for being part of the family. Councillor Mia?
Order ke lapho.
Sanbonan, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I just want to correct this thing, because there is a bad
101 is
culture
coming. 101
here
is
in
coming.
this municipality. The regulations are not talking about what councillors duly elected. Regulations are saying councillors. Even we have had this issue even at ethics committee, whereby other councillors, especially from Democratic Alliance, have raised this issue that in terms of the regulations, the regulations are very clear, not ambiguous, are saying councillors, are not saying duly elected ward councillors. So I think it is a wrong approach, and it's a wrong premise. Councillors, are treated as such. Whether you are duly elected ward councillor or you are a PR councillor, but councillors are councillors. It's there in the regulations.
Okay. Thank you, councillors. Let me order. Let me respond to the point raised. Order. The point raised by Councillor Nkosi, Councillor Mvubu, Councillor Mia, and Councillor Mcheto. Order. Order, councillors. Councillors, we are very clear in our announcement. And the chief whip of political parties were part of our meeting on Friday when this matter was discussed. The assumption is that the report I'm presenting today has been shared or read with you because you were represented by your whips in the whips and speakers committee that was meeting this on Friday. The point raised about PR was advanced strongly in the committee. Strongly was advanced, not once. But I came to a decision that I want to clarify with due respect. That if we distribute vouchers to ward councillors and PR councillors, it means in one ward, there's a possibility to have more than 1 or 2, 5 distribution points. Because the ward councillor will distribute these vouchers. Any other PR from any other political party deployed in that ward will also have her number to distribute vouchers in the very same community. Now, in managing the process.
No, on a point of order, Speaker.
No, let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish.
On a point of order, Speaker.
No.
But a point of order.
Councillor Mvubu, behave. Ndlovu, lower your hands. Lower your hands. Let me finish. Order. Councillors, I gave you a chance to raise issues. Let me respond. Let me respond. Mia, Councillor Ndlovu, Mvubu, lower your hand. Now, managing that process might be very clumsy and chaotic. No, order. Ndlovu, order.
What is clumsy, Speaker, is what you are doing now.
Order.
What is clumsy is what we are doing now.
Councillors, therefore, we then agreed that the center of distribution will be one ward councillors alone. Then we then said, because in your ward, there are PR councillors deployed there. We have been working with them for years. Find ways to work together, find the ways to work with ward committees to distribute vouchers. That was the decision. That was the decision of the meeting of parties that was on Friday. Let me deal with the point raised by Mcheto. Councillors, lower your hands. Order. Order, councillors, order. Councillors, order. Order. Councillors, may I have your attention, please?
No, but can you recognize us?
Order, Councillor Mvubu.
Please recognize us.
Councillors, order.
Point of order.
Let me address this. in council, even if we are discussing a complex matter, there's no need to make noise and shout, because everyone has the right to speak in council. No one has been suppressed. I gave you a chance to speak. I'm now responding to your questions. No one has been suppressed. No one, but shouting cannot be allowed. Councillor Kambule. Where is Councillor Kambule? Chief Whip of Council.
Speaker.
Can you speak to the EFF to be? No, councillors, don't make noise. Raise your hand. You will be recognized. Raise your hands. You will be recognized. No noise, no insult, no shouting. Councillor Mvubu, no shouting, no noise. Raise your hands. Be quiet. Those who want to speak will be recognized without disruption. The speaker was responding to your questions. Even if you are not happy with my responses, but be quiet. Don't make noise. Now, those were the decisions taken from the Speaker's Committee. Let me take the Mayor, Councillor Hlengwa, then who's next to you?
Speaker.
Komeni. Then there are 1, 2, 3.
And Councillor Kambule.
Councillor Ndlovu. Who's the after Councillor Ndlovu? There's a head that don't see Ndlovu, Mvubu, and Mayor. That order. No, I'm coming back. Let's shake those hands. Order.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I hope I'm audible.
Order.
I hope I'm audible, Honorable Speaker. You can hear me?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. So, if we look at the agenda for today's council, Honorable Speaker, the item we are now discussing is not part of the items that we need to discuss in the council agenda. So therefore, I'm suggesting that we subject this matter back to your committee. All parties are represented. They trust their leaders that they are going to influence in a meeting to take a right decision to process all these matters. We can't be subjected to deal with technicalities as a council meeting. In principle, we agree vouchers must be distributed, but how that committee can deal with those logistics. Thank you very much.
100% agree.
Councillor Reddy.
Mr. Speaker, I'm fully covered. Fully, 1,000 times covered. The Mayor said it correctly. Send this back to the Speaker's Whips Committee meeting today evening or tomorrow morning, and let's discuss. This is not a matter for the council meeting. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Hlengwa.
Ngibonge Speaker ngibingelele. Speaker bese ngiqala ukuyidoubt i-reason ye-existence ye-Speakers Committee, because sifike sihlale lapha sivumelane. Mase sivumelene kube ngazi ukuthi besingekho sonke khona. All parties were represented with Speakers Committee, and we took a decision. Futhi thina sacela ukuthi wenze le explanation oyenza manje. Bengifisa ukuthi okungenani oza kwethu bengabathumi labantu abangabathembi lapha ku Speakers Committee, so that we don't discuss matters with Speakers Committee, take resolutions there and come here again.
Thank you. That hand. Yes.
Speaker, we did discuss this thing.
Order.
Speaker, we did discuss this in our speakers meeting on Friday. I was the one raised this issue about PR councillors in terms of these vouchers. But the matter that you have taken upon yourself, and you made the decision that the ward councillor must be given. I think it is unfair, and I raised it on 2 occasions. This matter has to be divided between the ward councillor and the PR councillor.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order.
Thank you. Councillor Ndlovu.
Speaker.
Councillor Ndlovu. Order.
Speaker, you were here.
Order.
You were on this table.
Yes. Councillor Ndlovu. Order. Councillor Mvubu Ndlovu. Come, bafowethu ngiyanicela bafowethu. Uyabona nginixoxele Ndlovu. Uyabona kwi council Akuvumelekile ukuthi uma kukhothe ngakuphethe kahle uthi ngesandla komunye uzakwenu. Akuvumelekile ukuthi mekukhuluma ikhansela umemeze. Ngiyacela kompethu ukuthi noma ngabe kunzima ukumukela imbono yabanye abantu. Silinde kuze kufike ithuba lethu lokukhuluma. Ku-West manje ngoba senginikhombile nganinoyisho kuyeziwa kunina. Be patient. Allow your colleagues to debate freely without disruption, without intimidation. Sizofika kunina nani mase nikhuluma ngenijabule ukuhawulishwa. Ngiyacela Councillor Ndlovu, Councillor Mvubu nenze kanjalo. Councillor
Speaker, firstly, Speaker,
They will lose
I
their
think it's
character,
become-
Mabengakwenzi. A character yabo le.
Order, order. Akani Councillor Said.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, firstly, I think you addressing us as councillors 1, 2, and 3 is inappropriate for this council meeting. My name is Councillor Sayed, firstly. Speaker, when it comes down to the Speakers Committee meeting, let's go a little bit back. You created a committee for the senior citizens vouchers, wherein we sit. Councillor Pillay and a few other councillors sit in that committee. We reiterated to you that many a times you needed to come up with a plan for PR councillors to be not awarded these vouchers by giving it to us, but at least allow an allocation for councillors to give even their names to the ward councillor so that there is no duplication of these vouchers given. So at least that way there is some recognition to the PR councillors. You have not taken that into consideration. Secondly, Speaker, when you speak and you say that the Speakers Committee had taken a decision, let us not mislead this House. You had taken that decision. You put that decision on the table and you said that's the way it's going to be. We advanced to you many a times that these are the different options on the table. Could you please consider it? You negated to consider it and you put it on the table that that's how you're going to do it, which is all well and good. And we know that there are a few PR councillors here that will ultimately get the allocation through either way. But at the end of the day, Speaker, you made the decision to give it to ward councillors. We respected that, but unfortunately, it doesn't go down well with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ndlovu.
Thanks, Speaker, for affording us this opportunity to express ourselves in this meeting. First of all, Speaker, I want to agree with Councillor Said that there is in no way where that committee said
Ngicela
into
ukuphazamisa
that
kancane
decision.
Ndlovu, ngicela ukuphazamisa. Uyezwa mekukhuluma wena kunjani emeetingini uyezwa? Uyezwa nje. Uyezwa mekukhuluma ukuthi they respect you, yes? Qhubeka ke, but note that. Buka nje respect wenikwa amakhansela. Note that qhubeka kodwa ya.
Ayifani impande sidlayo, Speaker. Speaker, I want to make submissions to you. Very clear submissions. First of all of us here, we shouldn't feel like konaba makhansela angcono kunamanye. We are all councillors here. We are equal.
We are what?
In this council meeting.
What? Not proportional. What?
Kusho ukuthini?
Order, order.
Nafu nganodwa yini?
So
Kwenzenjani manje? Uba. Bokungaphayo. Councillors. Bengicela ukuthi uCouncillor Ndlovu simhloniphe simnike ithuba aqede ukukhuluma. Katsheni?
Somlomo.
You reap what you sow.
Yabona le oyenza manje liyokuba ambiguous in terms of your decision. First of all, I know that you are aware ukuthi emawadini kubangwa even ama-Vaterkan. We've made those submissions. Even kule meeting we've raised some of those things. Kubangwa izinto ezincane. We've got our own constituency as PR councillors. We're elected by our own members, whom we must service in the wards where we come from. Akuzwana emawadini ama-councillors nama-PR councillors, and you have not intervened in some of those matters. Now you are saying you are going to investigate the matter when you are issuing vouchers on Thursday. I think yinto nje yokuthi wena udivide lendlu uma ukuthi awuphumela obala in clearly saying what councillors can have 400 PR councillors to service. their
Point of order,
constituency
Speaker.
must
Speaker.
get this portion. So
Speaker.
that we are assisted
Speaker.
as councillors
Point
in
of
this
order.
house.
Thank you. The point of order, Councillor Nduli. Order. Mpemba.
As much as inkulumo ngenankinga na kodwa ngicela ukuthi uNdlova withdraw le part okubiza ngowena. U speak of council. Mawukuthi sendlini enama council asemkhandlweni.
Order, Councillor.
Ngicela
Say you,
ukuthi
say you.
Order. The point of order is sustained.
Ngiya-withdrawa Speaker makuzwakala njalo. Bengiqonda ukuthi somlomo uma njengomhlali ngaphambili lapho.
Thank you.
Uma uvumela ukuthi siphume la. There was also even a proposal coming from this house to say let that committee go back and deal decisively with this issue so that at least they can report today in this council to say here is a portion of a ward councillor and a portion of a para councillor. It's not difficult.
Thank you,
We
Councillor
must not be greedy.
For next
Councillor Mvubu.
For next year.
Councillors, please don't disrupt. We are going to respond after the last speaker.
No, sibonge kakhulu somlomo hlala umhlangano. Okukhulu kuyithoba ngisacela ukuxolisa nje kuqala ngebehavior oyinotisile ukuthi mhlambe umuntu kwenza ama gesture. But ngokukhulu kuyithoba
Apology accepted.
Siyabonga. Ngokukhulu kuyithoba somlomo sikubona thina kungeyona into enzima kakhulu because i-council is the highest decision making body. So sifila ukuthi ke aswenze lama submission ukuthi asibone ukuthi you were considerate ku decision yakho ukuthi uthi uzonikeza ama ward councillors kuphela ungawanikeza ama PR councillor. Ngale kokuthi siyabezoza kwethu abanye abangama ward councillor beloke bememeza ngale besiwina nama ward. Ngicabanga ukuthi mhlawumbe uadvisayo especially kuyiqembu le ruling party ngathi uyayigeja asikwazi ukuba arrogant kanje. Lo mkhandlu lona akuyona ngalendlela abacabanga ngayo ngahlamba bebakhohle from time to time I think balekile sibakhumbuza le arrogance ayizobasiza ngalutho incane kakhulu lento esikhuluma ngayo incane kakhulu uma ngabe sikhuluma uma ngabe kuukuthi sithi
sihlalo
uma ngabe sikhuluma ngokuthi bekade kunama voucher allocation ewu500 bengeke kuze kuxebuke lutho kuma ward councillors uma ngabe kuthathwa u100s ukwenza ungakubeki kubona ukuthi bazo decide unikeze ama PR councillors. Now okubhlungu kakhulu somlomo okunye okushoyo uthi there were allegations enziwa ama PR councillors ahlukahlukene ukuthi banikeza along the party lines abanye abatholi kunikezwa abantu abangadeserve abangekho badala. But lokho uthi uma ngabe usuconclude when we awathemba ama ward councillors akho but the very same ward councillors kunama allegation aphinda testwe ukuthi aliqiniso izinto azenzayo. So ebengicela
point of order.
No, Speaker, it's a point of order because we report or presented to this council. Ayikho into eshiwo uCouncillor uMvubu yokuthi there were complaints ukuthi abantu banikwa according to the party lines. Mayikhuluma nge-reporting, which report is that?
No.
And
thank you. Councillor Mvubu, as you conclude. Order. Can you ukumemeza kwi-council? Councillor Mvubu?
No, it's fine. Sengiconclude Speaker. Ngizocela ngempela ukuthi uyireconsider lento and nabo oza kwethu labo basukwehlisa kwi-element ye-arrogance because it's not going to work. It's really not going to work.
Okay, before ngikhomba ubaba Mayor, Councillor uMvubu.
Izosebenzela wena.
Uba chief whip we-EFF ukhambule ngamboni. Okhona. Okay, thanks. I'm happy ngoba ukhona ukhambule ukuze mengiresponda kungathiwe ngakhuluma engekho. Baba Mayor. Ngoba will respond Councillor uMvubu nawe Ndlovu to your comments. Ekumele ngabe ukhambule onsiza, but I know why you are in trouble today. Baba Mayor.
Somlomo ngibonge. Ngiphinde futhi ngisho ukuthi ngesikhathi uresponda bengithi uzoyiresponda kule issue ngerezile. ukuthi show me one regulation in the rules of order or in the code of conduct where duly elected ward councillors are better off than the PR councillors. Hence, we have taken that decision. So here we are guided by the rules, not by the emotions, how you think, how things should be run. Your decision should be backed by a piece of legislation. That's the point that I've raised that you never responded to. Number two, you spoke about allegations. For me, allegations are serious things for a council. There were allegations brought forward by PR councillors. The question is, did you investigate those allegations? If you did, what were your recommendations to that? Number three, last year, if I'm not mistaken, you did consider PR councillors. You called all the party whips and they were given a particular portion. And there was no noise. Now I'm worried if now we are being inconsistent around this issue. This issue has been a burning issue. And in as far as we are concerned, it's an issue that is manageable. We understand that this is election time. Some councillors want to use these vouchers for purposes of elections. And we forget about the principle. The principle is kunabantu abalambayo. Ngicela lothi Nco asho entombini yakhe. So
Order.
So this is a minor issue. Ekufanele ukuthi siyayisolve nje immaculately, so it's not an issue. Recommendations were brought forward. I think iphuzu eliraiswe uCouncillor Mvubu is crucial to say out of 500, 100 should go to PR councillors. I think that is being considerate.
Okay.
Mina ngizokwenzela sengihlala phansi nje speak.
Yeah.
Ngizokwenzela example. Ngiyasebenzisana no Councillor uGanas. Kodwa out of 500 uvela nginikeze 20. Ngizowenzana ama-voucher u-20 when I have the whole Lamontville, Mobeni Heights, Joslovo, Enyokeni anginikeze ama-voucher awu-20. It's really unfair. Abantu balwe over these 20 vouchers. Awathathe na ayofida a certain portion
that's
at Chatsworth, which is unfair. Yiko ke sicela ukuthi ke asifuna ukukhuluma kakhulu ngalolu daba.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you,
Councillor Mayor. Councillors, I've listened to all your submissions. Order. I've listened to all your submissions, but I want to explain this before we rule on the matter. The first thing is that I don't like to say what I'm going to say now, because the reason why we're having these problems is because the chief whip of the EFF does not attend the committee meetings. Now the meetings that have been held for the committee for quite some time, the EFF chief whip does not attend, does not apologize. Now we are sitting here as political parties with a decision of the committee, with a mandate from the committee I'm chairing to convey the decision to the council. Now, there are concerns being raised. You see, other political parties sitting in front of me, they are confirming what they submitted in a meeting because they are present. It's bad if you don't attend committee meetings, then in council you raise issues that should have been raised at a committee level. Now, I wanted to conclude this matter by the following. The decision of the committee stands, but the speaker will engage the leadership of the EFF to listen to their submission outside of council and consult other whips of parties. If there is a need to accommodate those views, the committee will make a decision. But moving from this council, the committee decision stand. Vouchers will be distributed to ward councillors only, I rule.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move to the applications of leave of absence. City Manager.
Ikho benizise inkulu.
Order. Aniphathe kahle ke, aniphathe kahle ngoba namhlanje siyagcina. Bomsindo ungabikho nje ne-insult, irrespect ayibe phezulu. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I hereby wish to read the following leave of absence, starting with Councillor S.R. Moodley, who is indisposed from the 8th of the 12th to the 15th of the 12th. Councillor C.B. Dlamini was not available today due to personal commitments. Councillor S.V. Mqadi, who is indisposed from the 11th of the 12th to the 12th of the 12th. Councillor B. Mchunu, indisposed for today. Councillor G. Govender, indisposed on the 7th of the 12th through to the 13th of the 12th. Councillor No Booth, not available today due to personal commitments. Councillor M. Gubega, not available today due to personal commitments. Councillor Zeti Mngwango, not available today due to personal commitments. Councillor V.G. Reddy requested to leave at 2 and then to come back at 3. Councillor R.L. Mackenzie requested to leave early at 10:30 and is indisposed after that. All IFP councillors are not available today due to personal commitments. Councillor S.C.B.C. is indisposed for today. Councillor R. Pillay requested to leave at 1:30, 13:30. Councillor J. Singh requested to leave at 1400. Councillor M. Dlovu, not available today, being indisposed. Councillor T. Kluma, not available today, being indisposed. Councillor S.W. Lushaba, not available due to personal commitments from the 6th of the 12th to the 13th of the 12th, 2023. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker.
Councillor Mvubu, who requested to leave at 12. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. There's a hand, Councillor Pula.
Thanks, Speaker. Could we just add Councillor Abdul, family bereavement, Councillor Zoe Solomon, indisposed, Councillor Schlengiwe Shozi, indisposed. I think Warren Byrne is on leave. I think he put in before, so he's there. Councillor Fatima Ismail will be leaving early, and Oliswa Ndlazi, he's delayed because of an accident in traffic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We have additional 3 from the EFF that were not recorded.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. There are other apologies that were not read. One is Councillor Zanibe, who is also not available due to personal commitments. Councillor M. Dlovu. I think I've covered Councillor M. Dlovu indisposed, unless if there are 2 Councillor M. Dlovus, but I think I've covered that. And then Councillor Fatima Kanyile, also indisposed.
Thank you very much. There's a hand. Okay.
Sorry, Speaker.
Before Councillor Kuzwayo?
Councillor Ndlazi is here.
Oh, okay,
Thank
thanks. Councillor, I think it's Ukize. Who's that? Oh, there's no hand. Yes, Kabazan.
I vele kokwamba Mkhize. No, some love. Bengifisa nokuchecka la before so accept ama because they are for consideration. kwamukelekile yini ukuthi vele kuthiwe all IFP councillors are not available due to personal commitments. I-apology leyo.
Okay. Councillor Hloko, Madlala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. It's as if Councillor Kuza read my mind. I wanted to speak on the same matter, quoting the rules. Rule 9, in terms of our rules of order, reads as follows. If a councillor A is unable to attend a meeting for which notice has been given, B is unable to remain in attendance at a meeting, or C will arrive after the stipulated commencement time of a meeting, the councillor, note, must, as soon as is reasonably possible and prior to that meeting, lodge with the speaker an application in writing for leave of absence with reasons from the whole or part of the meeting concerned. It says a councillor. Now, even if a caucus is constituted by 200 councillors, these rules anticipate that participation in the meeting is by a councillor, and therefore a councillor must apply for a leave of absence, not just a blanket approach that says a particular caucus will not be in a meeting. On the basis of this rule, Speaker, may it then be noted in this meeting that none of the IFP councillors have applied for a leave of absence. Now, when I'm saying IFP councillors, I mean an individual councillor in the form of Councillor Nkosi. We have no application for him up to the last councillor who was not in this meeting, so that they are treated like how other councillors are treated when they are not present in the meeting. And this is not the first time, Speaker. We remember that when we had the by-election, the last by-election, that caucus, individual councillors from that caucus did not come to the meeting, and for a month, for the whole month, and nothing happened to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madlala. The information I have from my office, we receive individual letters of approaches from IFP councillors. Maybe the manner the city manager read it, or the manner it has been submitted to him. But I can confirm that in my office, I received the individual leave of absence from IFP. But can I have a short caucus with my office? I don't want to mislead council. Yeah, I can confirm, council, I was consulting the deputy head for my office so that I don't mislead council. Yes, there are individuals leave of absence submitted by individual councillors. Councillors, are all the leave of absence accepted?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. We will now move to the declaration of interest. Anyone to declare interest? Anyone to declare interest? There's no response. We will now move to the confirmation of minutes. There are two sets of minutes. The first set is for the meeting that was on the 31st of October, 2023. The second set, the 9th of November, 2023. Let's start with the minutes of the meeting that was on the 31st of October. We'll start from page 1, doing the corrections. Then after corrections, we'll then move to the matters arising before we adopt the minutes. If you have a matter that you want to raise for corrections, as I announcing the pages, please raise your hand so that you'll be given a chance to speak to those corrections. Let's start from page 2396.
Speaker?
Yes, Councillor Nyambose.
In the interest of time, would it not be proper that you take the minutes as read? If councillors want to raise corrections, then they will direct you to the page. Same with matters arising.
Okay. There is a proposal because there's a proposal so that it's being recorded. because this is a very important item in our council meeting. We cannot just go it easily. There's a proposal that we must take minutes as read. Is there any seconder to that proposal? Councillor Mvobo? Thank you very much. Any objection? There's no objection. We take the minute of the 31st October 23 as read. Let's move to the minute of the 9th November 2023. We'll do the same thing, corrections, then we move to the matters arising. Unless if on the very same set of meeting there's a similar view, I don't want to speak on your behalf. But let's deal with the minute on the 9th of 11. It's fine. Thank you. Thank you. I misplaced my minute. Councillors, we are on the minutes for the 9th November 2023. Again, we'll start with corrections to the last page.
Chair, can we take it as read, Chair?
Yes, Councillor?
Chair, can we take it as read?
There's a proposal again for this minute. Any seconder? Councillor? You support the proposal? There is no objection. Thank you very much. The minutes of the meeting that was on the 9th of November, we take them as read. Can I have we will move now to the in-committee items. But let me explain these, councillors.
Speaker,
In our last council meeting, yes.
we have not dealt with matters arising on the minutes.
Oh, sorry. Apologies, Nyambose. Thanks for that correction. Now, can we agree that for the fact that there was a mover to take minutes as read, and that mover was also seconded, we can agree that minutes have been moved and seconded, using that understanding. I'm correct, legal? Yes. Or I can be challenged in court? No, they've been moved and seconded. Yeah. Yeah, I'm phoning good December, thank you for that. Any on both sides of minutes, anyone to raise any matter?
Speak.
Nyambose?
I made a proposal. I did not move for the adoption of the minutes. You've got to conduct that separately. I just made a proposal to take them as read. I'm not moving for adoption.
You are not moving for the adoption?
No, I wasn't.
No, it's fine. Let's be procedural. Let's be procedural. It's just because we are not used to this form of adopting minutes. We are not used to this. Thank you for that. Can I have the mover for the adoption of the minutes for the meeting that was on the 31st of October 2023? Councillor Kaunda?
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Speaker, I move for the adoption of the minutes.
Thank you. Any seconder? Councillor Changase? President Bob?
I second the move of my minutes.
Thank you, councillors, for that. Let's move now to the set for the meeting that was on the 9th November 2023. Any mover for the adoption? Councillor Sokabase?
I move, Speaker, for the adoption of the minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Sokabase. Any seconder? Councillor Mgwengwe?
I second, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. The minutes have moved and seconded. Let's move now to the matters arising. We start from the meeting that was in October. Anyone to raise any matter? Give us a page, paragraph, Then you raise a matter. No response. Any matters arising for the minute that was on the meeting that was on the 9th of November? Councillor Chetwa, give us a page and a paragraph.
Thank you, Speaker. It's page 2401, second paragraph.
2401, eh?
Yes. It deals with the report of the mayor in terms of the MFMA, but particularly dealing with grants that were returned to the municipality. But specifically, we deal with a NDP grant, which relates to the PEP program. The mayor on that day was on record confirming that this program is going to continue. There will be no interruption. Can we get a feeling as to where we are with that now? Is the program continuing uninterrupted, or where we are? Because we appreciated the fact that what the mayor called the so-called glorious movement was not going to abandon people and subject them to poverty. Is the program continuing uninterrupted, and where we are in terms of that, unless the mayor misled the public? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that matter arising from the minute, City Manager. I will refer the matter to you for further clarification. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Can I just be given a few minutes to confirm certain things? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The City Manager will confirm with the CFO certain things before he update Council on the matter raised by Councillor Mchetwa. While the City Manager is consulting so that they give proper responses, let's move to any other matters arising. Any matter? It looks like there's none. It's only the matter raised by Councillor Nyambose.
Thank you very much. I'm going to give Umfowethu uDlamuka aphendule.
Sijahile madoda Shisham.
Kahle Nyambose, kahle. Thank you very much. Let's allow the City Manager to respond.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. It's been confirmed that with the rollover that we received, we are continuing to pay the PEP employees until that funding is exhausted, which is likely to be exhausted by end of December. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. There were no other matters raised from the minute.
Sorry, Honorable Speaker.
We will now.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes. His Worship.
No, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think we need to qualify it so that Councillor Mtecha will be answered fully. Others continued, those who are in the CTOs, not everybody, because the money was inadequate. So your question was, did the program continue? Yes, it continued, but not everybody. So we are still working with National Treasury to ascertain that we get additional funding to continue the program. The program is not stopped, it's suspended, pending the availability of financial resources. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Speaker.
Thank you.
Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Speaker.
Nyambose.
With that said, what the mayor is saying now, because that's not what is on the minutes, it's recorded on the minutes. The mayor confirmed that the program will continue. There were no conditions attached to that. It is then given that in that meeting, the mayor misled the public. If we were not in a council meeting, I would say he lied. But I'm not going to say that we were in a council meeting. The mayor misled the public. The mayor grandstand the way we called them out that day. Because it is clear that this program is not continuing. It is continuing for the selected few. Now we need to know how those were identified. Because you can't use this program to divide members of the public, because everybody is poor out there. We need confirmation as to what is going to happen to those that are not under NGOs.
Yeah. The matter, Sisimen and the mayor have responded, but Councillor Ntuli, I see your hand.
No, thank you very much. In fact, I'm not going to distort anything that I've said by the mayor and the city manager. But I'm disturbed by the manner in which Councillor Mteto is raising his point toward the mayor. At first, since Mteto doesn't have information, you must give him information. Out of these two programs, the majority of the people that are in PEP are under NGOs. That is number one. But number two, it's not wrong for the mayor, when he have received an indication and a response to the National Treasury that the mandate was requested to be a rollover, that man, when it's come back, the PEP will continue. The only part that we are still dealing with it, which we are still going to find a solution on, is the one that is explained separately. So I think it's not good to see someone just saying anything and the light hand out toward the mayor. Sometimes when you wake up early in the morning, you do have got that sense of not respecting the mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor. Let me explain how we are going to run the meeting from now. We are going to move straight to item 11, where there's the one question that was not answered or responded to in our last council meeting. I will request answers to be provided for that question. That's item 11. Then soon after item 11, we are going to deal with the ethics report. As I made a commitment in our last council meeting that we are going to start with those report from ethics. Soon after ethics report, we are going to be dealing with in-committee items as they appear in the agenda. I think there are 1, 2, 3, 4. We are going to deal with the in-committee item. Then after that, we're going to open the meeting and deal with the ordinary council agenda. I'm saying this so that members of the public who are attending this meeting physically, maybe you might not be aware what we mean. We are saying we're dealing with the in-committee matters. We will request all officials to excuse themselves and all members of the public present in the meeting to excuse themselves when we are dealing with the in-committee items. Then you will be advised when council is back to deal with its ordinary council agenda. Those are the proceedings in the manner we're going to conduct our meeting moving forward. It means let's deal with the questions. Item 11, the question that we did not get a response in the last council meeting.
Speaker.
Councillor Mteto.
Just your guidance, please, because when you called on councillors to declare interest, we did not have the ethics committee report in front of us. I would imagine that there are councillors who would be expected to declare that interest if they appear on the ethics report. I'm going to give them that opportunity.
What will happen when we are dealing with the ethics report? Councillors who are names are mentioned in that report will be requested to be excused while we are dealing with that item, then they'll come back after. That's how we normally handle the matter. Let me get the response from the relevant committee, page 5. Okay. No, thank you. Councillors, may apologies here. The team that assists me to drive this meeting is informing me that the in-committee item that appears in the agenda are not the only items to be discussed today. There are other in-committee items that were discussed in the meeting of the executive committee this morning at 7:30. Those reports are not yet ready. Then they are requesting that we give them some time to conclude those reports and make copies available. Then when those copies are ready, all these in-committee items will be discussed, combined or jointly with other in-committee items that were discussed in the meeting this morning. It means soon after ethics report, we'll just move straight to our ordinary council agenda. We'll deal with the in-committee item later when all reports are ready. Apologies for that. Thank you very much. Let's get the responses. On page 5, the question.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Mvubu.
I thought you were trying to cover this item as well. When you were responding, that there will be in-committee items that are yet to be printed, because these questions that are raised here, the item will be brought in for in-committee, so it forms part of it. So I don't think that we should be engaging or responding to this, because it is part of in-committee and it's under investigation. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Mvubu, for bringing that to our attention. The responses for this question will be provided to the in-committee session, because some of the issues raised here are part of the report that will be tabled to council in the in-committee item. Thank you, Councillor Mvubu, for that.
Speaker.
Ethics.
Speaker.
Nyambosa.
The report that Councillor Mvubu is talking about does not cover the contents of the question. Unless Councillor Mvubu is already aware of the responses, we are not aware. But what was in front of the executive committee this morning did not answer the questions that are on the council agenda.
Yeah, let's agree that, Babnyambos, you might not be aware, but we are giving you assurance that answers will be provided in the in-committee meeting. We will get answers. Thank you. Ethics.
Thank you, Speaker. Angibingelele kuwena Speaker, uhlonishwa uMayor, executive yonke, ama-officials and all councillors omkhandlu waseThekwini.
Don't say wena.
Sikhuleke nasemakhosini aseNdlunkulu, Speaker. Speaker, allow us to present a ethics report for quarter 1, quarter 2, and quarter 3. Speaker, before we present the report, the following councillors as the rescues meeting. That's Councillor Beerde, Councillor McPherson, Councillor S. Ntetwa, Councillor S. Kavenda, Councillor T.J. Mnguni, Councillor M.N. or Agekungiba, Councillor L.B.S. Jali, Councillor S.N. Kwela,
Point of order, Speaker.
okay.
No.
Point of order.
Order, councillors. Order, councillors. Councillor Nyambo said the report have not been presented yet, but we are raising a point of order. Now, I'm failing
Yes.
to understand that if I'm giving you a chance to speak.
It's on procedural. It is on procedural.
No,
grounds.
don't abuse the approach. Don't abuse the procedure. Yeah, don't show me the book. Don't abuse the procedure because you have a tendency. You have a tendency of raising unnecessary point of orders. How to raise a point of order when the report is about to be presented? No one has spoken. But let me give you a chance to address me. What a point of order.
Thank you, Speaker.
Order, those who are moving out, please move quietly.
I just want to read Section 17 of the Rules of Order Bylaw, which deals with the declaration of interest. Because there's no councillor here who has declared interest. It says a councillor must declare that interest. That's Section 17.1. Then the recusal process is Section 17.2. So people have recused themselves now without declaring interest. The chairperson of the ethics is declaring interest on behalf of councillors. That's unprocedural. You should have given councillors a chance to individually declare interest. It's here.
Okay.
Then rule me out of order if I'm out of order.
Okay. Thank you. Proceed, Councillor Mthembu. We understand your point, Mthetho. Order, proceed. Order.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Speaker. Because I'm a councillor, Speaker, they do have the reports. Can all those councillors to rescue themselves?
Yes, asephumile.
Asephumile,
yeah. Qhubeni.
aphumile. Yes, abaphumile.
Aphumile. Ngapha imiziyo ngabonini ngalaphumile.
Please rescue yourself.
Ngizobabiza mase sibagweba.
There's an issue, Chairperson.
No, there is no issue, Chairperson. I was saying it's Councillor A.D. Sneman, Councillor S.D. Hlongwa, Councillor J. Naidu, Councillor S. Mnyandu, Councillor N.G. Bowman, Councillor M. Johnson, Councillor M.A. Mgobozi, Councillor G. Kavenda, Councillor D.F. Mngadi, Councillor E.L. Singh, Councillor N.N. Nyanisa, Councillor N.L. Kuzwayo, Councillor M. Angikwazi ukuyibiza kahle la uBroadset, Councillor M.N. Monim, Councillor R. Klute, Councillor R.L. Mackenzie, Councillor A. Maharaj, Councillor T.J. Mkhize, Councillor E.G. Smith, Councillor M. Luchman, Councillor S.V. De Boer, Councillor F. Ismail, Councillor G.J. Hechte, Councillor S.G. Nene, whatever.
Right, thank you. Are you done to mention name, Councillor?
No, Chairperson, Councillor H.A. Rampasat, Councillor M.B. Mjadu, Councillor D.R. Nobuth, Councillor J.C. van der Beek, Councillor B.S.B. Sindane, Councillor N.M. Hlongo, Councillor S.M. Oven Vogel, and Councillor Z.O. Nomia.
Thank you very much, Councillor Zondi. I believe those councillors have excused themselves. You are now ready, Councillor Zondi, to present the report?
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Besicela ukuthula ke i-report Speaker ya quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3 of councillors abenezinsolo namacala okungawabizi ama-meeting kulama quarter 3. Speaker, I don't want to waste your time. Let's go to kunama recommendations, Speaker, where the Ethics Committee are recommending to the Council to accept ama recommendation anama charges alama councillors. Their recommendation is on page 6. It's starting from page 6, ama recommendations. Then nama sanctions where sinikeza ama councillors, it's from page 6 up to the page 11. Then we are requesting the council to accept these recommendations for individual councillors, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Zondi. Let me check, councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Point of order.
Agreed.
Agreed. The point of order, Councillor
No,
Pillay.
not agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just looking at the sanctions, and I see clarity in terms of the sanction for informal warning. I wonder if that should be verbal warning. If I can see clarity on that, please.
Which page and which item are you referring to?
On page 7, page 8, and page 9. There's quite a few councils as informal warning. I'm just seeing clarity. Shouldn't that be verbal warning?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you, Speaker.
Okay, Councillor Zondi,
Yes, it's a verbal warning.
it's a verbal warning.
Yes.
That is the correction we are making to council. Thank for picking up that, Councillor Pillay. Councillor Mchetwa.
I'm checking it that we are not dealing with councillors individually. We are dealing with the entire report. I just want to place it on record that as the DA, we are against this report on the basis of procedure. We have raised issues numerous times with your office, Mr. Speaker, because we believe that there are weaknesses and inconsistencies on the system. We are aware, certainly from our side as a DA, that there are councillors, if not all of them, but there are councillors who were referred to the Ethics Committee unfairly so, because there is evidence in some instances that councillors had complied. As to what constitutes evidence that satisfies your office, that's a matter for a really serious consideration, because there is nowhere in the rules or in the legislation to say this is what constitutes evidence that a councillor has convened a meeting. It is therefore a weakness in the system that either yourself or the Ethics Committee can unilaterally decide what constitutes evidence. In some instances, the evidence has been submitted to your
Order,
office.
Speaker. Order.
Point of order. Yes, Councillor Ngonyama.
Ngiyabonga, Speaker. Ngicabanga ukuthi i-office lakho, Speaker, lakwenza konke okusemandleni ukuthi si-comply. Ngicabanga ukuthi umthetho njengesesele namakhansela u-29 inkinga kuyena, siyabonga.
Your point of order is overruled. Proceed, Councillor Mchetwa.
Yes, I was, just last week I was there in Councillor Ngonyama's ward because
Point
people
of
don't-
order, Councillor Ntuli.
Bengithi ukansela uzosho ukuthi kunento eofisini okusinikeze yona thina nje ama ward councillor ngiyazi PR izothwala kanzima. Ekubizwa ukuthi back to basic. Into yokuqala leyo. Into yesibili ioffice last consult ama ukuthi khona ukuthi sifuna izinto ezi evidence yokuthi sibize umhlanga ngenza ukuthi ngingagcini uathekwe ioffice la kufa uzuyiphelele siyikhonsa ama ward councillors esakethwa abantu.
Conclude, Councillor Mchetwa.
As I conclude,
Order, I see.
Order, Speaker.
Oh,
Speaker.
The point of order,
Speaker.
Councillor, point of order, Councillor Madlala.
Yeah, no, thanks, Speaker. Speaker, I think we should be consistent when we are dealing with these matters. It's individual councillors here who've been charged in terms of the ethics committee. And therefore, when the party seeks to speak, well, because we are discussing matters, a party will speak, but we should not be doing that to council where if your party's councillors are involved, then you are against reports. So I think it should be an individual councillor that Councillor Mthethwa, if he wants to dispute the report, he should say, Councillor so and so, not councillors of my party, because it's not councillors of his party that are charged here. It's an individual councillor who's alleged not to have convened a meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Madlala. Your point of order is sustained. Councillor Nyambosa, as you conclude your point, refrain to speak on behalf of your party, but you can speak on behalf of, you can express your view in council, but individual councillors have the right, using correct platforms, to register their concerns, whether there are weaknesses in my office from the ethics, there are platforms to address that. Councillor Nyambosa, conclude.
Thank you. I am expressing the view of the DA caucus, and the DA caucus is the DA, so I can't divorce myself from that.
Thank you. Thank you.
As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, we don't
Point
believe
of
that
order,
the
Mr. Speaker. Point of order, Speaker.
Point of order from?
Yes. If my learned friend, if he reads page 11, it clearly states if he's got any issues, there's 14 days, he's got recourse to it. Why are we debating this matter now?
Yeah, you're correct. You're correct. Point of order sustained. As you conclude, Councillor Mthethwa.
Well, then you might as well remove this report from the council agenda so that we don't debate it.
Okay.
And,
Thank you.
Councillor Reti? No, I'm not done.
Thank you,
But
Mr. Speaker.
order.
I'm
Councillor
not done.
Reti.
Speaker, the report that's before us, am I on Facebook? Am I on Facebook? Thank you. The report that is before us is a very serious matter, Mr. Speaker, and I don't want us to relegate this into some kind of a light-hearted joke of some sort, because it is not. You see, it is a requirement of the law, legislation, that elected ward councillors must have meetings with their communities. It is what ensures accountability on the part of the councillors. In the ward where I live in, for example, it happens to be a DA ward, and we don't have such meetings. So it is clear that and I've noticed that many of the councillors are from the DA, and I'm not making politics about this, I'm just stating a fact here, that these councillors are not exercising their duties as is expected of them in terms of the Code of Conduct as well as the Municipal Structures Act 117 of 1998. For us to come out here now and try and defend these councillors for not having meetings and for trying to find ways to try and circumvent the report by the Ethics Committee, I believe is a gross injustice.
Speaker,
Yes,
I think this report is quite clear in explaining in the individual circumstances what certain councillors were going through at the specific times. To then come to council and claim that, one, councillors aren't, or particularly DA councillors, aren't holding meetings without any kind of substantive evidence outside of this report, which is being contested.
What is the point of order?
Order.
What is the point of order?
The councillor
Let's
must
allow
withdraw-
councillor to finish.
Mr.
Speaker,
Speaker.
the councillor must withdraw
Mr.
the DA
Speaker,
councillors
what is
are
the
not
point of
holding
order?
meetings. He can't prove that fact.
Speaker?
Thank you. Order. Councillors. Councillor Vice, if there's a point of order raised, in terms of our code of conduct, you must stop speaking and listen the point of order and wait for the direction of the speaker. I'm appealing to all of you to do that. Councillor Chair of the committee, Zondi.
Well, Speaker, I'm still on the floor here.
Oh, Zondi.
No, Speaker, while Umthetwa on the floor, I think I want to respond we met Mthethwa where Umthetwa is saying they are
But Speaker, I'm not done.
No.
What
They
is
are
he responding to?
disputing.
I'm not done.
Order.
No,
According to the speaker, you are done.
No, I'm not.
You are done. I gave you a chance to speak.
I still have time.
No, 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 no.
You stopped me because Councillor raised
No,
raised
no,
a point
no,
of
no.
order.
No, no, no.
No,
no,
Mr. Speaker.
No, Ray, no. Nyamboso, don't abuse council.
I think you are abusing
order,
council.
Order. So on the respond.
No, I was saying, Speaker, Councillor Mteto is saying they are disputing the report. Now, my worry, Uguti, how can you dispute something where
You see,
there
let
is a
go-
councillor-
Is it the point of order? Because I'm still on the floor.
Abawavumile amacala, then on behalf of them is disputing the report because amakhansela awavumile amacala but umthetho here
Speaker?
is disputing the report. I don't know
Speaker?
ishuthini leyo nto, Chair.
Order, councillors. You see, the difficult we are having here.
Speaker.
Order. The difficult we are having here, people who are implicated by these matters are outside. All of you here, you are not implicated. Now you are trying to speak on their behalf without an understanding of what transpired in an ethics committee. What were their submissions? You are not there. But because we're in council, when you raise hands, I must give you a chance to speak so that you are not suppressed. But knowing very well that your submission in this matter might contradict what has been presented to ethics committee. I want us now to conclude on this matter. I will take the last
Speaker,
set of hands.
I was not-
Billy Mchetwa, Gavenda, Mia, Hlengwa, then Pillay, the last person is Ndlovu. No,
Point of
Ndlovu.
order, Somlom.
Billy,
Somlom.
Ndlovu, you are the last person to on the
Somlom.
item.
Cela uqala Somlom.
No. Billy?
Thank you very
Point
much.
of order, Somlom.
Point of order?
Yes.
Point of order?
Cha, Somlomo. Le matter lekhulunywa ngayo ka ethics. Uma ukhansela umthetho bekufanele kube khona afuna ukusho kwakufanele afike ngesikhathi amakhansela ebizwe ku hearing afika wa represent because amakhansela asezimele now sesizothi
Speaker, you
ngishela
can't allow that.
i-report
That's a debate
ebiyenziwa
now.
in the
It's not a
absence
point of
of
order, it's a
thina
debate.
esila esesifuna ukuqala phansi sidebate i-report so ebengifuna ukusho speaker ukuthi
Ayikho
esingakwenza thina la ukuzonotha hayi ukuthi siqale phansi sithi si happy noma sikho happy because i-responsibility yekhansela elikade likhona elizimele lazikhulumela so angazi noma mhlawumbe ukhansela umthetho ufuna ukuzenza i-shop steward yamakhansela so sibona lento engathi simoshela isikhathi somlomo ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Councillor Ndlovu. Your point of order is sustained. You are correct. You are confirming what the Speaker has already said. But because there are hands raised, let me take those hands, then we close. But we are correct. Billy?
No, thank you, Speaker. No, he's out of order.
Order.
Qapha soyiphathe kahle baba umdala mamungaka.
Order.
Awusiphathe kahle.
Billy, don't address the Speaker, please.
No, he's irritating. You don't do that. He's old. Baba ingane.
Kahle, Billy.
No,
kahle,
you
Billy.
don't do that thing.
Can you please address the matter? If you are concerned, address me.
Point of order, Speaker.
Behave your age.
Point of order.
Point of order, Speaker.
Madala?
Your age.
Yes, Honorable Councillor Billy must withdraw this ageist statement. There is no age limit in this council. Taunting someone and saying "Mdala Mongara" is ageist and it's wrong.
Thank you. Order, Councillor Billy. Councillor Billy. Order. Councillor Billy, can you please confine yourself to the matter? Please proceed.
Imagine waking up ekuseni uthi uzosebenza wenza le nto le. Speaker, I want to say that
Useyinsizwa
You-
noBilly.
Order, councillors. Order. Councillor Billy.
Akayona.
this report which is being presented here today is for us to consider.
Speaker, akaka withdraw ukuthi uyi-ageist. Lento yabo Speaker.
Councillor Madala.
Singayithathi kancane lento.
Councillor Madala.
Singayithathi kancane lento Speaker. Yabo ageism.
Councillor Madala,
is a form of discrimination.
Hloko, can I address you? Can you, we have raised a matter, then I said, after that, Councillor Billy, please proceed and refrain yourself to the matter on hand. I know what I'm doing. Can you please allow me a space to drive council? Proceed, Billy.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Kuba Speaker, Kuba, bambe kanjalo nje. Speaker, the mere fact that this report is on the agenda, it is for this council to consider, to debate, discuss, and make certain amends to the report if needs be, or make recommendations to it. This notion that we must just note it's completely unfounded. It's a very disturbing imagination of some person who doesn't know what they're here to do. So I want to say, Speaker, that there is completely nothing wrong from what Councillor Mteto was saying, that we don't agree with some aspects of it. More importantly, the principles which guide or guided the compilation of the report and the outcome of it. We don't agree with it. We are not saying that councillors aren't accountable to you or to the public, or they aren't supposed to be doing these meetings. But what we are concerned about is the manner in which the investigations have come about from your side as the Speaker of Council, and how it was then sent to the Ethics Committee, and all of that. And I think there is sufficient room for all of us here, including yourself, Speaker, to consider and look at better ways of ensuring that there is clear accountability, but more importantly, that we are guided by the correct principles and the ways of ensuring that councillors account to yourself, to the council, but more importantly, to the public. So I wanted to completely disagree with that notion, Speaker, in closing, that there is absolutely nothing wrong for us to discuss this, to find better ways as this council, because I think all of us here, what we want to do and ensure that it is being done correctly is that councillors serve the communities, but more importantly, that if they aren't doing that, that correct processes are followed to ensure that there is clear accountability on how that is being done. So that is my submission to you, Speaker, and that you do not entertain the idea that this report is meant to be noted and not dealt with recommendations made to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tetra?
I'm covered.
Okay. Councillor Kavenda?
Speaker, mine was not on to speak on the item itself. I was raising a point of clarity because the leader of the DA was on the floor and the clock was running. His time had not elapsed, but you moved on to the next speaker. So I want to know your reasons for doing so. Thank you.
The question from Kavenda is unnecessary because Councillor Mtetwa has been given sufficient time to speak. He's saying he's covered. Next speaker, Councillor Mia.
Siyabonga, Honorable Speaker. I just want to remind the council that Ethics Committee is a special committee that is a custodian of the Code of Conduct. And how the Ethics Committee is constituted properly so. All parties are represented in the Ethics Committee. Ethics Committee has 3 lawyers at the Ethics Committee and some experienced former trade unionists. So to doubt the procedure at the Ethics Committee is actually insulting the intelligence that is entrusted by this council. And you must remember that Ethics Committee is acting at the behest of the council as a special committee that was. So the processes there are fair. Councillors are called in to bring evidence. They must decide if they want to represent themselves or they want to be represented. Some councillors have been found not guilty and discharged. So processes are very fair there. So for Councillor Mtetwa to speak on behalf of the councillors, and he was not even there, I think it's really unfair for this meeting. And I think we should really entertain the excuse me, excuse me, the report, because we brought the report here for concurrence. If there are any issues, they should have appealed. They did not appeal. And there's also another remedy. They can take the matter to COGTA, is part of the code of conduct. So I don't think we should delay debating on decisions and procedures that were taken. Professionals are there to guide that committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pillay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the title of a ward councillor is very important and should not be taken for granted. Community meetings is one of the aspects of and responsibility of a ward councillor to have with the people in this ward, his or her ward. Our service delivery is lacking because we're not having community meetings. Community feels gagged and cannot express themselves at public meetings because there are no meetings conducted. I just want to highlight the fact that the importance of community meetings is paramount. It's in our constitution, community participation, and it's absolutely important. I want to move to the sanctions imposed here. Whilst it may be a slap on the wrist, and I do think that to be more serious and ensure that councillors abide by the processes or responsibilities, that the sanctions should be more stiffer than what is expressed in this. But the DLC will support the recommendations accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, recommendations are on page 6. Those fund for approval. Are the recommendation on 4.4 agreed?
Agreed.
No,
Agreed.
Speaker.
Oh, there's some hands.
No,
Okay.
No, we are voting now.
Okay, ngena Councillor Hlenga, about that.
Angibonge,
Uzovota
Speaker.
ngobani?
Naku Deputy Speaker ngiyabonga. Speaker, ku-common vele ukuthi abanye bethu bakholelwa kakhulu kwi-FBI nakuma-investigators ase-England, so abawa-trust ama-processes e-country. Thina siyi-African people first, siyawumukela lo mbiko. Siyafisa futhi ukuthi abantu baseThekwini bazi ukuthi ukuba ikhansela eThekwini akuwona umdlalo. So abantu abangawabizi ama-meeting noma ngabe bathemba i-FBI ngeke ibalekelele la. Sizolandela ama-processes lawa ekumele landeliwe sonke futhi siyafana. Akekho ama-councillors athize ngoba wona asenhlanganweni egqoka ublue enemali ezowaqashela i-FBI ngeke isikusize leyo.
You are out of
Sonke
order,
asenze
wena.
sikwenzile,
You are out
siyabonga,
of
Speaker.
order.
Thank you.
Ethula
Councillors,
kabathumela.
page
Out of
6,
order.
recommendation on item 4.4. Are the recommendation agreed?
No.
Agreed. Agreed.
No.
Including DA.
Right, can you record that through our screens? Can we record that so that we are orderly?
It is only DA,
Let,
Speaker.
let me get those who are in support of the recommendation. Please raise your hands. Page 6, item 4.1. Those who are in support.
About 29. Awufuni ukusebenza mthetho.
Including 3 ethics members from the DA. We must include the 3 hands, Chairperson.
Ubuzoba.
Kumnandi masivota nani.
Awuthule phela.
Alo mama Thomlungu indoda yaphendula. Ukuphapha wena maThomlungu.
Send right.
Niyancisha.
Speaker, take the vouchers away also from those councillors and share it with us.
Agreed, Speaker.
And give it to who?
To us. To us, PR councillors.
Win award
you,
first,
you
then
must
we'll
win
take picture.
words, Baba. You must win words, but it doesn't work like that.
Those who are in support of the recommendation, are we done, Secretariat? Can we get those who are voting against?
Abelungu kuphela.
About 3.
APR.
Namathabo.
It's
These are
amazing,
corrupt.
Speaker, that the DA does not support the accountability, man.
Ubuzuba.
It's really shocking to me, to the public of this city.
What's the accountability?
Speaker.
Speaker.
This is shocking.
But the thing is, Unkomen accounts
Okay.
nowhere.
Speaker.
Thank you. Can lower your hands. Those who abstain.
Speaker.
Those who abstain.
Speaker.
Abeko, can I have the
It is not shocking, disgusting.
numbers?
Speaker. Your
Sorry. Yeah, there's a hand there.
Speaker, your numbers are not going to be correct. ACDP has 2 councillors present and the screen is showing 1 councillor present. Please can they adjust it? Thank you.
Let's update those secretariats. Let's correct the figures. But are you not abstaining? You are just bringing that to our attention.
Yes, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
We're not balls in TikTok on the ground.
Uberha kalokho ukukhipha ama-result amabhisha akabiza imihlangano nomphakathi.
Thank you very much. Angiphe any number.
Yeah, mthetho nisebenzi. Ngiphakamiselani manje?
It looked like my team is not ready to give me numbers. They are still trying to combine them. Nyambose.
No, Speaker, I did not want to interrupt the process. There is a very serious concern from our side that we would want you to seriously consider arresting. There are some racist tendencies here. 4 times today, when Councillor Billy speaks, he gets Billy and me. We get called Umatomlung.
And 9.
Order.
Mr. Speaker,
what does that mean?
Order. Comment, please, listen. Order.
We ask that you find ways of identifying these racist anarchists in this council. Because it is insulting that you, Speaker, must not allow it to happen in your chamber. Please deal with that, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, Speaker. Point of order.
Let me announce the results. Those who are in support, 110. Those who voiced against, 80. Therefore, the recommendation will be carried through. Let's move quickly to page 11 for
Point
noting.
of order, Speaker.
Those recommendations in page 10 are for noting. Are the recommendation councillors noted?
Noted.
Thank you very much. Let me deal with this issue once and for all.
Point of order, Speaker.
Before point of order?
Yes, Speaker.
Point of order also.
We'd like to know what does that mean? What is Councillor Inyambos is complaining about?
The point of order is overruled.
Point of order, Speaker.
Point of order.
Speaker, I also heard the word. I heard it loud and clear. I heard the word matungula. And matungula is a fruit. I thought somebody wanted a matungula. It's a fruit you find on the beach.
Thank you.
So I heard matungula, and I was going to say, what has that got to do with this meeting?
Order. Councillors.
You belong in a circus.
Councillors, may I have your attention, please?
You belong in a circus.
Order. Councillors, let me address this matter again today. For quite some time in all council meetings, I've been making an appeal to all of you to conduct yourself in a manner that when we are viewed by the members of the public, we will see maintaining the decorum of the council meeting. all these utterances, statements that are offensive, according to what Mtetwa is bringing to my attention, are very serious. These things has happened before. I have warned you, but you continue to insult one another. I don't know, colleagues, why do you find joy to hate your fellow brother and your fellow sister? Now, this thing is happening from all benches. Sometimes I got complaint that the DA benches, EFF, IFP, ANC, they are utterances and statements that are offensive. I want to make an appeal, councillors, that refrain in doing that. Once a councillor is saying, I'm not happy with what you are saying, you must not say it, because it's not happy. When ungafila kahle momtshela into ethize but umrespect uma engayithandi. Lonto akumele yenzeke ngokoma political parties. Ayenzeke ngokuthi we are in chambers, we are in council, ahloniphane sonke njengalokhu siloko sicela njalo. Uma khona ke babumthethwa into enjalo yenzekile, siyafisa councillors ukuthi lonto leyo siyikhuze ingenzeki. Siqhubekeni kahle nomhlangano wethu. Thank you very much. We're done now with ethics report. Councillor Zondi.
Speaker, I raised a point of order.
Let's proceed. Point of order.
Speaker, I'm rising on Rule 16A, that we must conduct business in this council with the highest decorum. And I've noted your comments and we appreciate that. But the fact of the matter is that it is going to happen again. Now, it's no laughing matter that councillors get shot in eThekwini. It is no laughing matter that we had a moment of silence several times because we've lost colleagues.
But Councillor Govender, what point of order are you bringing to me? Because I don't want you to address council without.
I've risen on 16A,
right,
where we have colleagues across the floor that are laughing at the insults that are being hurled to DA members or any other member. It's not a
But Councillor Govender, you are raising a point of order and citing a rule that I have already summarized. I have cited the very same rule. Now it means you are adding on what I have said already.
How are you going to hold them in check? How are you going to prevent this from happening again?
Councillor Govender, let's do this. Let's do this. I know that you might be in pain or angry with what happened. Right? I share your pain. But what I'm saying is, the Speaker of Council, my meeting, I'm appealing to all of you to maintain that decorum. Then I'm not saying what has been said by whoever is correct, but I'm saying to all of you, please conduct yourself according to the code of conduct and what is expected from you. Because Councillor Mtetwa is not pointing to any individual councillor. It's just saying there are councillors who said, Speaker, please investigate. I'm saying to Councillor Mtetwa, I'm also concerned and I'm appealing to all of you to conduct yourself in a manner that will maintain the decorum of council. I'm summarizing the very same rule that we have raised. Thank you very much, councillors. Let's proceed. We'll now move to the Executive Committee report. I will invite His Worship the Mayor to table the ESCO first report. His Worship.
Ngicela ukukusiza ke Speaker ngiyobiza labade bephumile.
Cha ikhona team izobabiza. Bazobabiza. We're done. Secretariat, please assist me by inviting those councillors who were excused to come back. Thank you for that. His Worship.
Ngiyabonga somlomo. Ngifisa ukukhuleka kumakhosi asendlunkulu akhona phakathi kwethu. Sibingelele wonke amakhansela, sifisa ukuthatha leli thuba sithule umbiko wesigungu esiphezulu sikamasipala i-Executive Committee kulendlu yakho i-council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, City Manager Pesempele.
Point of clarity, Speaker.
Point of clarity.
The Section 27 questions, you said you're going to provide answers during the in-committee.
Yes.
Are these answers also in committee items?
Come again?
Why would you treat answers to section 27 as in committee?
As an explanation provided by Councillor Mvubu, we will deal with that question on the in-committee. Because some of the questions raised are contained in some of the reports that are in committee. But we'll deal with that in the in-committee, not here. Thank you. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I wish to...
It looked like you're not audible. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would like to read the first report of the Executive Committee from their meeting, which was held on the 14th of the 11th, 2023. The first report is the report of the Governance and Human Resources Committee from their meeting of the 8th of the 11th, 2023.
Order,
Item
councillors.
1.1, a request to reprioritize intergovernmental relations 2023-2024 capital budget. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Councillor Madlala.
Siyabonga kakhulu Babu Speaker. Cha siyacela ukuthi ama parties akulendlu avumelane nathi la kulombiko la khona sifisa ukuthi kuthathwe imali ebekumele ngabe iyasebenza ngala esengazusebenza ibese siyise la izokwazi ukuthi isebenze khona. Izathu ke ezenze lokho ilezi sihleze sizisho ukuthi kwesinye isikhathi siye sihlele kahle izinto zethu bese kutholakala ukuthi mase kufanele kwenzeke ama department lawa esidependele kuona oku supply chain kanjalo no architecture kube khona izintwana ezincane ezingenzekile kahle ngakho ke besicela ukuthi sivunyelwe ukuthi sithathe lama sentshana abe ngala siwadlulisele ngala asazokwenza wona umsebenzi womkhandlu bekuyimali bekuzothengwa ngayo ifurniture emahhovisi omkhandlu kepha ke manje ngenxa yokuthi ayikwazanga ukuthi isebenze sesizoyibuyisela ngala ukuthi ithenge ubuxhakaxhaka bezobuchwepheshe besimanje manje ukuze sikwazi ukuthi siqhubeke nomsebenzi ikakhulukazi lapha yana ka governance. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madlala. Councillors, are the recommission agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Item number 2 is on page 7. 1.2 is the Ward Committee Functionality Report as of 31st October 2023. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Councillor Kuzwayo. Dando. Page 7, item 1.2.
Okay. Hayi ningixolele Speaker lento kuba umsolo iyahlupha. No Speaker into ebalekile la ngicabanga ukuthi amakhansela wonke ayifundile I report. Kodwa ke ingcenye engicabanga ukuthi sifisa ukuthi sigxile kuyona kakhulu njengekomiti ebesithi sifuna ukuthi umkhandlu usivumele kuyona ile yokubuyekeza I-stipend lemfalakahlana esinikeza ama ward committee members. Somlomo kuyiqiniso uzowazi njengomuntu ophethe lolu hlaka lama ward committees ukuthi ama ward committees enza umsebenzi obalekile kakhulu emawadini ukweseka ukusebenza kwamakhansela ikakhulukazi kulezi indawo lezi 800 kubabanzi. Ngingasho ukuthi kulezi engekho banzi abawenzi yebo bayakwenza nakhona. Kodwa ukuthola ukuthi kwenye indawo kubanzima kubantu befinyelele ekhanseleni kodwa kululu befinyelele kumember ye ward committee ngoba ihlala endaweni eseduzane nabo bekwazi ukuthola izinsiza kuzinto abasuke beneyinkinga zazo. Lana ke ekubhekeni lo msebenzi nobukhulu bawo nokubaleka kwawo sibe sesibuyekeza ukuthi kunganjani ukuthi kucelwe kungqongqoshe wakwa cooperative governance ukuthi ama ward committees ake siwanikeze I-stipend esingconywana njengoba nazi ukuthi njengamanje bathola I think 1000 rand ngenyanga So sifisa ke ukuthi sibuyekeze ukuthi ngoba ungqongqoshe engazi ukuthi uyavumelana nathi ukuthi hayi impela ayibuyekezwe le mali. U-treasurer wethu ke awusibhekele ukuthi singenza kanjani ukuthi sibanikeze imali engconywana ukuze ukusebenza kwama-ward committees kube improved, but also siqinisekise ukuthi abantu abasuke benikezwe lo msebenzi abadikibali bedikibaliswe ukuthi imali leso basuke benikezwe yona isuke incane. Nokho ke asisho ukuthi ama-ward committees kumele ukuthi ahole, cha akusikona lokho ezama ukuthi sikusho, kodwa sizama nje ukusho ukuthi ama-conditions abasebenza ngaphansi kwawo makukhona esingakwenza ukuthi siwa-improve, ikhona esifisa ukuthi sikwenzeke lokho. Kodwa-ke ke i-report-ke ibithinta izinto ey'ningi-ke nokuqinisekisa ukusebenza kwama-ward committees nama-programs nje ukuwa-empowerisha ama-ward committees ukuze aqinisekise i-service delivery iyenzeka ngendlela neThekwini. Ngakho-ke ama-recommendations-ke abhaliwe-ke laphaya nizokwazi ukuthi niyibonele ngoba akhona phambi kwenu nonke. Njengekomiti-ke sithi-ke le report siyayeseka somlomo. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madlala. Councillor Khuzwayo, sorry. Councillors, are the in the order from one committee? Are the recommendations agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On page number 10, item 1.3, request for acceptance of discretionary grant from the Transport, Education and Training Authority for Apprentices Trainee. Committee recommends.
Yes, page 10, item 1.3, Councillor Madlala.
Siyabonga kakhulu somlomo ohloniphekileyo. Cha siyikomiti la besifisa nje ukuthi sithole imvume ukuthi samukele lezi igidi zamarandi ezilethiwe esiyithole kwisitha ukuze sikwazi ukuthi siqeqeshe abantu bakithi baqeqeshelwe amakhono anzulu kakhulukazi emkhakheni wezokuthutha. Abantu ke abazoqeqeshwa lapha yana bayinkulungwane 1000 le mali ye project nje yonke you 74 million and 100,000 okusho ukuthi 74.1 million rands. Sicabanga ukuthi ke le mali izosisiza kakhulu ukuthi siqoqe abantu bakithi bakwazi ukuthi bathole lamakhono okuzosisiza kakhulu njengoba nje sinama programs amakhulu afana no Go Durban, sinama department amakhulu afana no ETA kanjalo no City Fleet. Wonke lamakhono uma ngabe setholakele so besikwazi ukuthi siwasebenzise njengedolobha leTheku ukuze siqhubekele phambili. Besicela ukuthi ke nisisupport futhi nisishayele izandla ngokuthi sithole le mali ezokwazi ukuthi siza abantu bakithi. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madlala. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are now on item 1.4 on page 11. It's a request for additional budget for City Hall building renovations. Committee recommends.
Thank you. I've got speakers on this item. My first speaker is Councillor Jay Black from TA, Councillor Tim Goma from EFF. I've got Councillor Reddy from ATEC, then Councillor Khuzwayo from the ANC. In that order, Councillor Black.
Thank you, Speaker. Good day. All protocols observed. The eThekwini City Hall seems to be a metaphor for the way eThekwini has been run. The city's grand old lady has been treated on an ad hoc basis and shoddy workmanship over the years. And as the city declines in infrastructure and service delivery, so does this grand old lady that once stood proud and was the jewel of eThekwini's inner city. The ad hoc reactionary approach is no longer an option, as the most of the basic infrastructure of the building is past its lifetime, which renders the City Hall non-compliant to safety regulations. One just has to go through the once grand hall with all the red safety tape to get to the governor's department to see what a sorry state she is in. One gets an uncomfortable, eerie feeling walking through the hall that used to hear exquisite notes of music and choral voices singing. Happier days when functions and council meetings echoed through her majestic halls. The city's approach to this grand old lady was to slap a plaster here and there and hope no one would notice, the very same way that they do to service delivery throughout eThekwini. The main auditorium's roof has collapsed 3 times, fortunately when unoccupied, luckily avoiding any injury or loss of life. Domestic pipes need replacing as they're corroded and affect the water quality. Several workmen have worked on the building in the past few years without the know-how on how to treat this historic landmark and with no knowledge of maintaining the heritage building, and the work has been shoddy at best. On the electrical side and the heating and the air conditioning, repairs that the city have done this work in a piecemeal way which is not compatible and is insufficient to serve the building's function, as well as creating poor ventilation within the building. An engineer's report is more damning, and I quote, "Immediate interventions include electrical reticulation requiring a detailed review and installation. The current electrical installation is experiencing strain due to a patchwork approach to upgrades. Sounds like a lot like the rest of eThekwini service delivery." The report continues to add that the timber sections of the roof need to be evaluated to determine the structural integrity of the roof, adding that it is likely the roof's entire structure is compromised by the presence of wood-eating insects. Just to do the repairs to the roof would cost the city over 120 million, while the overall cost to have the structure in a perfect condition would be in the region of 323 million. Looking at the budget over the next 3 years, it looks like another bandage on another serious situation. 99 million does not even cover the cost of the repairs to the roof, let alone bringing this one grand old lady up to modern day safety codes with water, electrical and ventilation, while at the same time not damaging the heritage status of this great landmark. I find it interesting that none of the outside CCTV cameras are working around City Hall, yet the city took it upon themselves to pay 22 million for the statues in front of the City Hall, taking these funds from the critical service delivery budgets and safety unit budgets. The governing party needs to get its priorities right and stop spending money on the nice-to-haves and pay attention to the declining infrastructure affecting service and delivery all over eThekwini. While the once great City Hall lies in tatters and is unable to meet her core functions of holding council meetings, the ratepayers are burdened once again to footing an additional expense of over 500,000 a pop to hold council meetings at the ICC. While the DA supports the renovations to the City Hall, our concern is that the cost to repair this once old stately building needs more attention and care to restore her to her former glory so she can work once again proudly for the whole of eThekwini without sinking the city's ratepayers into more financial burden with sketchy tenders and more shoddy workmanship. It is important to reiterate that each month that goes by and each council meeting outsourced to the ICC or the exhibition centre costs the city on an average of 500,000 rand, which ultimately is money that could be put to be repairing the City Hall into its old glory. Typically of what we see happening in the rest of eThekwini, the old lady is symbolic of the neglect, lack of maintenance and using the incorrect contractors that are quick to close the job.
Point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned about the constant use of the word old lady, referring to the City Hall, which is broken and in disrepair, as an old lady. I think old ladies will take offense to such a statement because there are old ladies who are quite fit and well, it's really an insult to call City Hall an old lady. So the Speaker must please stop referring to City Hall as an old lady. Thank you.
Your point of order is overruled. Proceed.
Typically of what we're seeing in the rest of eThekwini, the old man is symbolic of the neglect and lack of maintenance and the using of incorrect contracts and are quick to close job cards to make sure they get paid for work that is in no way solved.
Councillor Mandela is saying at least that phrase is more acceptable. Proceed.
And it's in no way solved the service issues first time and every time. We have this with service delivery throughout Durban. Instead of fixing the problem once and making sure it's fixed properly, it keeps coming back like a horrible mark on the horizon. While the budget of 99 million is admirable, it's just not, is it not just putting a plaster once again on a historic landmark that requires far more attention? What is concerning to the DA is that the insufficient capital budget for the City Hall building, critical renovations and such further funding in the amount of 34 million for the year 24 and 25. When the city wakes up and realizes the amount requested will again be a band-aid over bigger issues, which will once again delay the return of being able to use this great old man in the way he deserves to be used. At the same time, eThekwini will continue to add to the cost of business by using the ICC or the exhibition centre, all the while adding to the burden on the ratepayers. While the DA supports the requested budgets, these renovations are just a rollover till the next council is sworn in and becomes the problem of the next council in 2026. We will once again be presented with additional budget requests to get this historical old landmark back to its former glory. Sadly, this will delay City Hall being used for council meetings and other income-earning events. It means current councillors will never get an opportunity to sit in the glorious chambers during this term. In conclusion, the decaying City Hall is a direct reflection of the mismanagement, political interference, and absolutely no consequence management. This ANC-led city has robbed tourists of visitors.
The time is up,
and
Councillor Jack. Councillor Mngoma, EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings. The City Hall is a home of the Durban Arts Gallery, City Library, Natural Science Museum, which draws crowd of the tourists and locals. The repair of the City Hall or the tourism will eliminate the cost of hiring the venue for the council meeting and other council events. It will also generate revenue from the public events. The renovation will also enhance public visits to the City Library and to the museum, which has declined over the years. The building deserves to be preserved because of its historical value. The building is 113 years old with poor ventilation and air conditioning. Given COVID-19 regulations, there is an extremely need for increased ventilation and aircon in the building. The domestic pipe installation are over 100 years old, therefore need to be replaced, as they have corroded and this affects the level of quality of water. There is inadequate fire protection within the building, which pose health and safety risks to the users of the building. As the EFF, we support the item and hope that the renovation contracts were awarded to the right companies who have specialist knowledge of maintaining the heritage building, not to the friends of certain individuals of certain political parties. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ngoma. Councillor Reddy.
Mr. Speaker, African Democratic Change expresses our support for this decision to upgrade and restore the Durban City Hall to its former glory. This iconic building has been a symbol of our city's history and culture for over 100 years and deserves to be preserved for generations to come. While it is true that millions have been poured into repairing the City Hall in the past, it is important to note that these repairs were not sufficient to restore the building to its full potential. The latest investment will ensure that the City Hall receives the attention it requires to restore it to its former glory. I do caution, however, that the city manager must ensure that the most suitable service providers with necessary expertise and experience are engaged to do the work. The City Hall is a unique building and it requires skilled and experienced contractors to carry out the necessary repairs and upgrades. I believe that investing in the restoration of Durban City Hall is a wise decision that will benefit all of us in years to come.
Thank you, Councillor Reddy. Councillor Kuzwayo.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Quoting from the old lady, from what Councillor Black was saying about the old lady. Indeed, the money that is being requested here is not enough to fix all the problems that the City Hall is facing. Be that as it may, we can't sit and fold our hands and say because we don't have enough money, then we're not going to do anything. It should be folly of us to do so. And I'll give you one good example, Honorable Speaker. We were once faced with an option of taking money that would fix a bridge that is connecting a community, or fixing the City Hall. And of course, as good governors, we chose the former. Just imagine if we had taken 99 million rand or 100 million rand and we fixed City Hall, where the people of Molweni didn't have a road because of floods. Anyone in their right mind will tell you that is madness. So we would never have done that. By the way, when we hold meetings here in this younger lady called the ICC, we are not wasting money because this young lady belongs to us, just like the City Hall does. So when the money comes to ICC from you, Speaker, it's not a waste of money. We are not throwing money away. This is not a private entity. We are not utilizing private resources to hold council meetings. We are just using the younger lady that we also have here. I don't like this reference to buildings as women. There's something derogatory about it. But anyway, it's been used and accepted, and the councillor was overruled. But in terms of this report, Speaker, there are three main things that are being done here, and I want the public to understand in full why we are requesting this money. One, it is the repair that was caused by a storm damage, and there's also a repair to the cultural block, and I must also mention this about the cultural block. Those who have been to the outside of the City Hall precinct will know there is a place there called the Cenotaph. That place has been vandalized by, I will assume, because of lack of evidence, by these people that are sleeping on the street. I don't know which name to call them. I call them homeless or what, I don't know. They came and stole plugs there because they were bronze plugs. They stripped them off. So that place needs to be repaired as well. And part of this report is responding to fixing that part. Also, a new substation is going to be implemented there at City Hall, and also a replacement to the air conditioning unit. because someone here, a previous speaker said there's poor ventilation, so we are responding to that issue of ventilation, and also the issue of domestic pipes and fire hydrants, because for those who are still using the City Hall, we want them to use it in a manner that is safe. So that's what this report is really all about. The rest of the other problems that the City Hall does have are of course being considered, and as budget availability becomes not a problem, then they will be responded to. But at the current moment, we will do with what we have, what we can. And there we are not going to falter. I want to commend the Deputy City Manager, Finance, for making sure that when the committee was deliberating on this, they made sure that the funds are available to implement these projects. So these 33 million rand, it may seem like a very small drop in the ocean, but it is really going to go a long way in ensuring that our City Hall is going to be fixed and a building that is safe for those who are using it. So as the African National Congress speaker, we want to say we support the report, but I want to caution Councillor Black, she must not write a speech many, many months before, because the cameras that she was referring to that are not working, they are fixed now, they are working. So this speech was written a very long time ago. It's outdated, Speaker.
Thank you.
I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kuzwayo. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Let's move, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We now go to
page 13.
We now go to page 13, which is the direct EXCO reports. The first report is the recruitment plan of Section 56 positions for eThekwini Municipality. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City Manager. We are on page 13, item 2. Are the recommendations agreed, Councillors?
Agreed.
City Manager.
On page number 16, item number 3, update report on the outcomes of the redetermination of boundaries of eThekwini Municipality by the Demarcation Board. Committee recommends.
Are the recommendations agreed, Councillors?
Agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Mpele.
Page number 19, item number 4, request to authorize 3-year destination promotion leveraging partnerships with various event organizers. Committee recommends.
Thank you, Councillor Mr. Mpele. I've got speakers. Councillor W. Spear from TA, Councillor Reddy from ATEC, Councillor Pindlovu from the ANC. In that order, Sotobe, you are the first.
Siyabonga, Speaker. Greetings to the House, the Honorable Mayor, the Honorable Speaker of Council, Municipal Manager, Amakosa Sendlunkulu, Honorable Councillors, Municipal officials, and residents joining us today. The Democratic Alliance is of the view that some events are worth supporting and others not. Those with tangible return on investment ought to be supported without thinking twice. Unfortunately, today, we find this item problematic because of the way that it is being presented to us. It puts together items that would not hesitate to support with items that would never support at all. For example, a 10-kilometer run along the beachfront does not carry the same return on investment as a world-renowned 89-kilometer Comrades Marathon, which has a quantifiable and significant return amounting to billions of rands to the city of eThekwini and the province at large. There is no justification for bungling the two together and many others in one report. This is but one example of what we find to be extremely problematic with this item. On countless occasions, Speaker, we have raised the issue of bungling unrelated events together, but our concerns have fallen on deaf ears. This is to the detriment of ratepayers who are depending on us to play an oversight role on how business is conducted in the city. We are of the view that this is done to prevent us from scrutinizing each item on its own merits and demerits. The bungling of items put this house at risk of approving events that are only meant to benefit a few politically connected cronies. Items which yield no return to the city and the taxpayers at large. Speaker, it is for the reason cited above, that the Democratic Alliance would like to abstain on the matter. We do so aware that the city is in a dire need to get the economy going and to create employment opportunities. However, this cannot be done at the expense of transparency, accountability, and good governance, the absence of which has in the past resulted in scathing findings by the Auditor General against the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Spear. Councillor Reddy.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't want to cloud this in any other way and talk about it not being presented correctly, etc. But as African Democratic Change ADDIC, we have a principled position not to support any of these of monies, especially to the tune of over 60 million rand, that's going to go to nice-to-haves and events for the next 3 years. These events include things like spring festivals, runs, and all of that. Currently, we have infrastructure that's failing in the city. Our ratepayers are overburdened. We don't have money to pay PEP workers, etc. And at such a time, we should be trying to save as much as we can and directing these funds into much-needed projects. This is certainly not one of them. We'll be voting against. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Reddy. Councillor Ndlovu, P. Ndlovu.
Thank you, Somlomo. Ngibingelele Somlomo, ngibingelele no Mayor and i-council yonke nababukeli emakhaya. I think I will start by saying we appreciate the change in tone. Kwi-benching ngaphesheya, we are now saying we are mixing event because the one of things are falling apart is not selling anymore. I'm glad for the school that we've been giving. Somlomo, as the ANC, we would like to say we support the item. We know that the tourism sector is coming from a time of COVID where things were not happening, and I think we are recovering very well. And I think what I'd like to bring to the attention of the ratepayers of eThekwini is that as tourism, we actually take out a schedule and invite people to send in proposal. And once they do that, we give it to independent people to go through the proposal and see which best will promote a destination Durban. So I think, one, we appreciate the transparency that is there when it comes to our event. Hence, you will even see everything is tabled, each and every event, how much the city is willing to fund. And we support the item on those bases because transparency is there. Unlike this imaginary city that at times we are told is doing well, we know that they've paid a huge amount of money to Zexbantwini DHL show. And very funny, they were said there's a non-disclosure agreement that was signed. We are a transparent city, and hence it is the ANC, we support the item. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ndlovu. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. There are those who are saying no. Let me have the screen, please.
It's only me. It's fine. Just record my name and carry on.
Oh, it's only you.
Yeah.
But let's be formally so that we are orderly because we are recording the meeting. Let me get those who are in support of the recommendations. Please raise your boards. Then make sure that you are properly counted. Thank you very much. Those who vote against, raise your votes. Make sure you are counted. Stand right. Thank you. Those who abstain.
Nawe Ntuli.
Or Minority Front, look like you have not voted. MF. But okay. Sorted. Thank you. Thank you very much. Those who are in support, 119. Those who are voting in support, 119. Those who are against, 3. Those who abstain, 49. Therefore, the item or recommendation on page 19, item 4, are being carried through. Thank you very much, City Manager. We are now moving to the second report. I will request the mayor to table the second report of the executive. His Worship.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to table the second report of the executive to the council. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The second report of the Executive Committee comes from their meeting which was held on the 7th of the 12th, 2023. Report number 1 is the report of the Finance Committee which was held on the 22nd of the 11th, 2023. Item 1.1, Budget Statement Report for the month ending 31st October 2023. Committee recommends.
Yes, we are on page 3, item 1.1. I've got speakers. I've got Councillor McPherson. I've got Councillor Inega. I've got Councillor Reddy. I've got Councillor Mkize, and His Worship the Mayor Kaunda will be the last. In that order, Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Speaker. In this particular committee, the one thing that the DA is constant on is about the need to drive our revenue collection. And the reason we drive the revenue collection so hard, for those that are listening in on social media, Facebook and others, is because revenue is the lifeblood of this city. Without revenue, without a constant revenue stream, we have to borrow money. What we need most now is to collect our outstanding debt. We need to collect money that is owed to the city, and we need to improve our billing opportunity. Without the money, we can't provide the service delivery. And there's been many warnings in our committee. We've warned about the increased debt. We've warned about the ongoing unread meters, hundreds of thousands, 400,000. Loss of water, 57%. Average billing, which leaves consumers having to muddle it out with an ineffective, inefficient call center. And this loss of revenue robs the city of money required to build new infrastructure. And the residents and businesses, in particular, and I make mention of my ward, of Ottawa, Parkgate, Rit River, Mount Edgecombe, Broadlands, even Cornubia, RDP, Industrial, and Blackburn Informal, know what it's like to pay inflated bills and not get the service they need. And even that includes cross-subsidization. Our caucus leader, Tabani, was 100% on point when he said, this city council, this administration, this eThekwini must be dissolved. It has to be. We went further and we said, we need provincial intervention, national intervention, administration. And why did we say that? Because in the revenue accounts and in our finance committee, we've always said there's no accountability, none. In the last council meeting, Councillor Kubiso made a very valid point, and he gave a classic example of non-accountability, where executives, senior management, and staff, numbering 10% of our staff, owe the city 51 million rand in unpaid rates and services. The city manager has not yet answered why this was allowed, given he has the power to make the deductions, where in some instances, the average owed by some of the executives between 20 and 54,000 rand. Now, that amounted to 51 million rand that could have been collected. 25 water tankers. 25 water tankers that could be out there servicing the needs of the water crisis. And we talk about the water crisis. See, accountability, and I'm going to make reference of an example, is in the previous finance committee where it was tabled, the executive management owe 52 million rand, and I'm holding it up here right now. In the very next committee meeting, guess what? It was deleted. Page 91 was deleted. That item of 52 million rand that the executives and management owed was deleted. Where's the accountability? How do we operate like that where you hide money owed by deleting it off the finance committee's agenda? And that's the problem that we have here. In the finance committee, Speaker, we need to collect...
Order, Councillor McPherson. Councillors, there's a disruption from this side. There's someone oriqeda phela. Ngimzwile kodwa ngimbonanga. Ngiyacela ukuthi siphathe kahle. Lapha emva kune tendency yokuhlupha ngoba niyazazi nikude nibone ngabonakali. Manje ufuna ngibeka indoda neyewisa lapha emuva. Ingadele leya behave. Please, councillors, behave. Don't be destructive. Proceed, Councillor President. Apologies.
It's fine. Apology accepted. You know, the sad truth is, Speaker, our intentions are honest. When we talk like the way that we do, we represent all the people. Those that can pay, those that would like to invest here, and those that can't pay. We don't represent a certain part of the community. That's the difference. So when we talk about revenue collection, it's about revenue collection for all, those that can pay, but importantly, those that can't pay. That's why we're passionate about this. So the unnecessary distractions are unfortunate because our intentions are 100% correct. The water crisis, and it says here in the minutes of the Finance Committee, it says here that the committee articulated strongly that there is a crisis due to water losses which accumulate to 55.7%. A submission was made that vigorous actions be implemented to increase revenue collection. It's here. It was unanimous that the DA's heed warning of the crisis is now taken seriously. And I'll tell you what has just transpired while we're on water, as it's going to play out. We are not charging for water that we should be charging. It turns out, and this needs to be verified, City Manager, that the city now cannot meet its demand. So demand outstrips the supply. How have we got into this situation? How have we got to a point where the city cannot now sufficiently supply the water demand? And we want investment, and we want buildings. How can we attract new investment when you're going to put up a building and you can't connect your tenants? You're not going to be able to get water in the toilets. That's the accountability. That's the management. That's the style of executive decisions that we expect to see out of the city until we can change it. But the point is this, that right now, we're sitting at 28.2 billion uncollected debt, Speaker. 28.2. And I put it, and I think the mayor was absent at the last meeting. Where do we draw the line as a city? 29 billion, 30 billion, 35 billion before there's accountability. When do we stop the bleed? When's there going to be accountability? So as the Democratic Alliance, we're not going to sit back, and we're going to keep at it every single council meeting, saying exactly what we say time and time again. We represent all the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor McPherson, Councillor Mcinega.
Umuntu akabonge somlomo. Sibingelele umbiko sawamukela siyi-EFF noma siyawunotha. Sibonga kakhulu ke somlomo nenkampani enjengo Trustnet isikwazile ukukhokha isikweletu sayo esingango 200 million. Siphinde futhi siyi-EFF sikushaya nezandla ukinsoswa kwama meter readers nokuthi ke siyafisa kakhulu ukuthi ke kubhekwe mhlawumbe lamabhilidi akhona enkabine dolobha ukuthi wona ke ayikhokha yini noma ayawukhokhela yini ugesi namanzi mhlawumbe somlomo umuntu uzothi akabonge.
Siyabonga kakhulu Councillor Mcinega. Thank you very much. Councillor Reddy.
Mr. Speaker, if there's one item on today's agenda that every councillor here should be concerned about, it's this report. It's the budget statement report. It highlights certain red flags, which is of concern to all of us. The first being the current revenue collection. I don't want to go too much into this, as my colleague Rory McPherson has done that. The budget statement report highlights the crisis of water losses, with reports indicating a staggering 55.61% increase. This should be a significant concern for all of us, and we must take urgent steps to rectify this issue. The turnaround time for fixing leaks is unacceptable, and this has to change. Several issues have contributed to this dire situation. For instance, the Water Department continues to utilize private plumbers who are ripping the municipality off by taking unnecessarily long to complete repairs. Furthermore, there's evidence to suggest that these plumbers may even damage equipment. Let me just move on, we've got no time. Another issue is the delayed meter reading contract. Speaker, we want this to be insourced, and as ADEC, we are demanding that this should be done almost immediately. I think I must join DA or something for more time, man.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Reddy. Councillor Mkize.
Sibonge somlomo, sibonge ithuba. Ekameni le-ANC, Speaker, sicela ukucorrecta nje into eyamanga. Aqanjwe uSpeaker sekuqala sakho sokuthi improvement ekhona with regard to revenue collection is due to the effort of DA. That is live. it is because umsebenzi wama officials ethu sibambisene ne leadership yomkhandlu siyawenza. Hayi ukuthi nene kwenziwa iDA konke lokho. Manje bajampela kwi debt collection. Kuneyinhlelo speaker esiphezukwazo zokwensurisha ukuthi ikweletu zikamasipala zonke ziyaqoqwa. Manje itender bikade kwi-SCM process ezokwazi ukuthi nene silekelele ekutheni sikwazi uqoqa ikweletu zonke zikamasipala. Sibonge kukhansela umcineka ngokukhuluma iqiniso. Uma ngabe ekhuluma indaba yama meter readings ukuthi siyayisebenza siyakwazi siyayilungisa manje ekutheni every month sensurisha ukuthi ama meter reading ayenziwa and ne process yokuthi nene sizama ukucentralize iprogram yama meter readings and nokunye okuhle siqhubekayo sikwenzayo. Hayi lamangala waqanjwa iDA siyabonga speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mkize. His Worship the Mayor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In the Executive Committee earlier on today, I requested the head of expenditure to share with the members of ESCO, and I think I must share this with the full council, that National Treasury has declared us as the most financial stable municipality in the land. And I know it's going to be bringing about pain to the Democratic Alliance. You must go and check and verify that those facts. We are leading, we are the best in the Republic of South Africa. So you must start by accepting that before we continue. So let me give you the second area. We have reached a stage where in terms of revenue collection, we've been able to collect around 102-103% of revenue collection, which shows that the concerted efforts in relation to our credit control policy are now starting to yield positive results. Let me give you another facts, because you need facts, not the myth. So in the past 5 months, the municipalities effected disconnections to 90,731 customers in this city, with a book value of 7.97 billion rands for both water and electricity. The municipality you are talking about that you say it must be disbanded. Let me also give you another fact. Through these credit control initiatives, Honorable Speaker, in the last 5 months, the city has achieved higher than budgeted collection of 17.3 billion against a budget of 16.6 billion rands. We always come here and mislead the public and say we are not collecting, we are not pushing government departments to pay us. Let me tell you, from the concerted efforts that have been put, Department of Education during examinations, when they were writing examinations, we switched them off. Then they came back and paid more than 90 million rands because we are acting on what we have committed to do. So all these initiatives, Honorable Speaker, are yielding positive results. I don't know where does it come from that investors are leaving the city in bigger numbers, because I want to share with our councillors and the members of the public that we continue receiving good investment in this city. We recently approved 1.9 billion investments in different areas of this municipality. We are continuing to receive investors to come to our shores to invest. So therefore, sifuna ukuthi ke somlomo ngenxa ukuthi siyazi ukuthi abantu bakithi babe nengxaki enkulu yokuthi bekhokhele idingo zabo ngoba abanye balahlekelwe imisebenzi, abanye abantu ngesikhathi seCovid, ngesikhathi se-civil unrest, abanye ngezikhathi izikhukhula zifika, amanye amafirma zangasa-operate ngendlela ejwayelekile. Lokho kwenza ukuthi abantu belahlelwe amathuba omsebenzi. Yingakho ke njengomasipala oholwa yi-ANC onakekelayo, sibe sesithi ke asizoletha lapha isethulo sokuthi kwamukelwe i-debt relief program ezokwazi ukuthi bonke abantu bakithi abangakwazi ukubhekelela ukuthi bekhokhele izikweletu zabo sikwazi ukuthi sibehlisele lezo zikweletu zabo. Kodwa ke sithemba ukuthi ngoba ngale ngaphesheya kunamakhansela angawabiza ama-public meetings akwazi ukukhipha ama-statistics kuphela ukuthi ulwandle njani, kodwa engawabiza ama-public meetings. Siwanxusa ukuthi abize ama-public meetings ayotshena abantu ukuthi nakho ukwehliswa kwezikweletu nosibonelelo sikamasipala sesikhona, siyavalwa mhla ka-31 kuDisemba. Ngakho bonke abantu abangakafiki bebhalise, ngoba bonke abazofika will scrap their interest in their debts. Those who will come forward and make arrangements, their interest will be scrapped. But those who will commit to pay within 3 months, they will also benefit where we'll be able to scrap their capital debt at least by 15%. Those who will pay within 6 months will scrap their capital debt by 10%. Those who will pay within 18 a year, they will scrap their debt by 7.5%. 18 months, 5%. 24 months, 2.5%. Those are the benefits, especially for the churches, Honorable Speaker, for the NGOs, for the welfare organizations which are not government owned. Those organizations, when they come forward, down payment of 10%, but will scrap their debt by 50%. So this is only done by this caring ANC-led municipality. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, His Worship. Councillors, page 5. Recommendations are on item 1.2. Are the recommendations agreed? Thank you. City Manager, let's move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are now on item number 1.2 on page 5. eThekwini Municipality Public Tender Awards for the month ended 31st October 2023. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Borges, for that. I have to consult here if I don't see, if I'm hip with some of the things, but I'm clear now. We are on page 5, item 1.3, right? 1.2, yeah, we're on 1.2. I was confirming whether do we have speakers in my list or not. Yes, I do have speakers. I've got Councillor Ndlovu, then I've got Councillor Reddy, then I have Councillor Nxumalo. I wanted to confirm my speakers, Nxumalo from the ANC. Now, Kajeni, you are the first speaker.
Ngiyabonga Somlomo. Siqembu le-EFF siyawamukela umbiko obekwe ngaphambi kwethu. However, Somlomo, I think we've in a number of times raised concerns over the usage of Section 36, which is or has became problematic in this municipality. The issue is, you know, Section 36 allows officials to abuse or to bypass normal processes, especially if such tenders are not on an emergency basis. It also opens up a serious temptation on the issues of corruption, which also makes us very much concerned about the usage of Section 36. The majority of Section 36, if you look at it, normally, most of it, the chunk, the biggest chunk on Section 36 tenders, it will come back as irregular and fruitless expenditures. Most of it, you will find it there. In June alone, we spent 915 million on Section 36, which was the highest. And it can't continue as business as usual, the usage of Section 36, because some of these tenders, honestly, they are not on emergencies. They are just tenders which has not been finalized through SCM, and for whatever reason, officials find it easy or quicker to use or to apply Section 36. Therefore, Speaker, we are saying as the EFF, the usage of Section 36 should, moving forward, igadwe kakhulu. Now that we are moving towards elections, sizayifakela ibuko kakhulu because we know ila okuzoshawa khona imali for campaigning, and it can't be acceptable moving forward. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ndlovu. Councillor Reddy.
Mr. Speaker, this item is for noting, but much of what I was going to say has been covered by my colleague there from the EFF, except to say that the MFMA is very clear around when Section 36 can be used. And here I'm hoping that the Executive Committee is using its oversight, it's performing its oversight effectively and checking on every Section 36 report signed by the City Manager to ensure that these Section 36 approvals are done within the scope of the MFMA. Otherwise, there will be red flags raised by the AG, and the city's report, clean audit report, will definitely be affected. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ngumalo.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As an ANC, we welcome the report due to the fact that the MFA, we follow all the rules and regulations based on the public tender. And also, as a committee, when you look at the report, that we do have the recommendation clearly outline that as a person, as a city manager, as a person who invested powers to do so. If there's anything wrong, then you need to give us the report. If there's any person who in charge or who can do anything wrong in line with the disciplinary or criminal recovery. So if there's anything like that, then we request the city manager to give us the report. And as the ANC, we welcome this report due to the fact that we're in line with the MFA. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Speaker.
Councillors.
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Mfu.
Bengithi
Ndlovu, sorry.
Councillor Ndlovu. Asifani Somlomo. Bengithi angilungisa lapha ngilongi ngizwe MFA.
Akuyona isoka le.
Councillors, this is recommendations in page 5, 1.2 item.
It's noted.
Are the recommendations not noted?
Noted.
Thank you. We are now moving to page 5, 1.3.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We are now on item 1.3 on page 5, investment report for the month ended 31st October 2023. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. Councillors, are the resolution agreed?
Noted.
Noted, sorry. Thank you. City Manager.
Item number 6, page 6, item number 1.4, unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure incurred for the year ended 30th of September 2023. Committee recommends.
Item 1.4, page 6. There's Councillor Reddy. There's Councillor Kasa from the ANC. There's Councillor Nyanisa from the ANC. In that order, Councillor Reddy.
I'm covered, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kasa.
Asibonge Somlomo, as the ANC, we note this report of UIFW, and we are very categorical and emphatic that the remedies employed must be expedited to make sure that there is value for money, and we recover the monies as a result of the unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. But as the ANC, we note as the governing party that is responsible for all these laws, that we now have new proponents who are now coming as the victors. It is the ANC. Nobody knew about good governance before 1994. It's only the ANC that came into being and promulgated these laws. And we know this report. I so move.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Kasa. Kazanyanisa.
Uzwile Pecht.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm covered by Councillor Kasa.
Thank you, Councillor Nyanisa. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? Thank you very much. City Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We are now on page number 6, item 1.4, unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure incurred. Oh, sorry, we've just dealt with this. Item number 2 on page 7, is the report of the Human Settlements and Infrastructure Committee from their meeting which was held on the 22nd of the 11th. Item 2.1, reallocation of funds across capital projects, HV projects. Committee recommends.
Right. This is page 7, item 2.1. There are speakers here. The first speaker is Councillor M. Hlengwa with a minute donated by KZNI and a minute donated by JEP. The second speaker is Councillor Reddy. The last speaker is Councillor A.P. Ndlovu from the ANC. In that order, Councillor Hlengwa. Okay. Councillor Reddy.
Now, in the interest of time, Speaker, I'll just pass. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Reddy. That is progressive. Councillor Ndlovu.
Thank you, Somlomo. Sibonge, sibingelele. Somlomo, the report isika ukuthi sikwazi ure-allocate ama-funds ngoba kuneyimali besiyibhajethele kulo financial year ngaphansi kwa-electricity. Esekubonakala ukuthi ama-projects akhona, ama-processes aka-SCM njengoba engakaqali, kungenzeka leyo mali igcine ingasebenzanga. So sesithi-ke asicabange kuqala ukuthi asire-allocate siyifake kwamanye ama-projects amuvayo nanemali ashodayo. Siyabonga Somlomo, so si-ANC sayisupporta.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ndlovu. Councillors, are the recommendation on page 7 2.1 agreed? Thank you very much. Let's move, City Manager.
On page 9, item 2.2, proposed closure of a road portion, the public open space and alienation for educational purposes of proposed portion A and B of F1, brickfield by private treat as depicted on plan number SJ4742, stroke 1A, stroke 1, in extent of 1,105 square meters and 478 square meters. Committee recommends.
Thank you. Page 9, 2.2. I've got speakers. Hlengwa is not yet back. Therefore, he forfeit his right to speak. Councillor Reddy, you're number 1. Ngwengwe, number 2.
Once again, I'll pass. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Ngwengwe.
Well done. As Somlomo, as ANC, we support the item. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Are the recommendation agreed? Thank you, City Manager.
Page number 11, item 2.3, transfer of funds from project number X8589B to project number X8638. Committee recommends.
Councillors, item page 11, item 2.3, are the recommendation agreed?
Speaker.
Agreed.
Yes, Nyambose.
Just so that it is on record that we are voting against 2.2.
Okay. Are you back on page 9?
Yes, just note our dissension.
Okay, that's fine. Can you please record that? Page 11, 2.3, are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you, City Manager.
Page 11, item 2.4, implementation of solar water heater installation project. Committee recommends.
Page 11, item 2.4. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? Thank you. City
Item
Manager.
number 12, item 2.5, minor reallocation of funding, 1R-47094, construction of a pedestrian bridge to Dushangas, Ward 54, committee recommends.
Right, page 12, item 2.5, I've got speakers. Councillor V. Ndlovu, EFF. Councillor Reddy, ADEC. Councillor Mgwengwe, ANC. In that order, Kajen.
Ngiyabonga Somlomo, bese ngishayela abantu base formally eBhambayi ngaleli bridge inqolo emasondo kuyalakha kuse Ward 52 lapha eBhambayi leli bridge uDudushangazi. So sibashayela ihlombe kakhulu manje that lizokwakhiwa iEFF kulesikhathi esikulona sicabanga ukuthi lizobasiza kakhulu laba abantu baseBhambayi leli bridge ukuze bakwazi ukuxhumana bawelele ngaphesheya nangapha. Siyabonga kakhulu Somlomo.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kacheni. Councillor Reddy.
Mr. Speaker,
Order.
Indlela oyiphatha ngayo ayisijabulisi saba semzini.
Councillor Reddy.
ADEC welcomes the report which identified savings from a project for the building of the pedestrian bridge in Dudu Shangase Walk in Ward 54. We think this is a progressive move, and this particular bridge is needed in the community, and we want to commend the officials for having found an innovative way of actually completing a project that's necessary by finding savings from another project. So well done. Thank you very much. We welcome the report.
Thank you, Councillor Reddy. Councillor Mgwengwe.
Sibonge Somlomo. Sifisa ukubongela abantu base Ward 54 ngeproject esiyenziwa. Bese siphinda sibonga ukuthi umkhandlu oholo uKhongolose uyaqhubeka nokuqinisekisa ukuthi abantu abasebenza nomasipala waseThekwini nxashane sebeyiqedile imisebenzi imali lezi ababanjelwa zona ziyabuyiselwa kuzona njengoba siza kuza lombiko la ingoba kufanele kukhokhelwe imali lebanjwayo esibiza retention ukuba ibuyele
Point of order, Mgwengwe.
No, Speaker, I think we have a responsibility to correct things that are said here that aren't true. The Speaker on the floor is saying that umkhandlu oholwa ANC. The truth is that umkhandlu oholwa ANC ne-EFF and NFP. So that is wrong.
Thank you.
We've captured that correctly.
Order.
Tanindaba zabantu.
Point of order overruled. Proceed. Mgwengwe.
Sifisa ke ukuphinda sibonge ukuthi umkhandlu ohola African National Congress uyaqhubeka nokuqinisekisa ukuthi labo abasebenza nomkhandlu waseThekwini nxashane sebeyiqedile imisebenzi imali ebanjwayo ziyabuyiselwa kubona njengoba lombiko ucela kanjalo siyawusupporta kakhulu siyabonga.
Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On page 13, item number 2.6, 132 Toyota substation high voltage yard upgrade. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Councillor Reddy. And then Councillor Ndlovu.
Covered, Speaker, thank you.
Councillor AP Ndlovu, ANC.
Siyabonga Somlomo. ANC sifisa ukuyisupporta kakhulu lolu hlelo lokunyusa icapacity yoku-upgrade le substation ngoba uToyota umunye wama-customer amakhulu omkhandlu weTheku. Esifisa ke ukuthi ama-customer ethu angaphazamiseki kakhulu abe nogesi owanele nonamandla nokwazi ukuthi uma kufanele kwenziwe i-maintenance ungaphazamiseki. So lolu hlelo ke siyalusupporta ANC ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Kacheni. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? Thank you. Hey, niyashesha mekuthi December. Hey, le agenda iyaphela manje. And I'm not happy. We are moving too fast.
Sesibanjezelwa uweke speaker manje. Sesibanjezelwa uwe.
We are moving too fast. There's something wrong with this council. I must try to delay council. Thank you very much, councillors. On a lighter note, City Manager, let's proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Item number 2.7, noting of reasons to amend contract number 1T-45729 in terms of Section 1163 of the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act number 56 of 2003 for the realignment and widening of Inanda Arterial Road, westbound Tickfield Road and Crisani Road. Committee recommends.
Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are now on to page
21.
number 21, item number 2.8, request for noting of the road rehabilitation project list for 2023-2024 financial year. Committee recommends.
Thank you, City Manager. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Speaker,
Yes, Councillor Mtetwa.
just a point of clarity here, because I'm reading the heading here, request for noting, but the recommendation 6 approval. I think there's a disconnect there, if that can be clarified.
The heading of the report and the recommendation,
Yes.
okay? Whether it is for noting or for approval. Do you have a City Manager? Can you clarify that?
Approval.
Yeah, I think that it is for approval as per recommendation.
Agreed.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for the response. Councillors, with that clarification, are the recommendation agreed?
Great. Yes,
City Manager?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are now on page 22, item number 2.9. Request for approval to host the annual grade 9 subject selection decision-making process expo, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM 3 years program 2024-2025, 2025-2026, and 2026-2027, aligned to the Department of Education Curriculum Assessment Policy Statement, commonly known as CAPS. Committee recommends.
Okay, thank you. I've got speakers. Councillor Hlengwa with the minute from KZNI and the minute from JEP, then Councillor Reddy, ATEC, Councillor Mgwengwe, ANC. Osengiyabona ukuthi why meeting ibishesha ubengekho uhlengwa. Maningi ama-item akhe la ngesikhathi engekho abekade egijima. Mhlawumbe ngoba sebuyile-ke so thatha igiye elihamba kancane manje. Councillor Hlengwa. Councillor Hlengwa, we are on page 22, item 2.9. You are the first speaker on that item. Ngiyabona ngoba uyafika mhlawumbe nami ukwehla ngaphezulu.
I am covered, Speaker.
Covered.
He's covered me
Ubaba
also.
lomgqigqi ubambuka emnyango. Councillor Reddy?
He's covered me also. We're all covered.
Hey, great. Ukhava kanjani umuntu akashongo lutho. Hey, Mgwengwe ngazi ukuthi nawuzoba covered la.
No, Somlomo, we welcome the report. Eyenza ukuba kube nobudlelwano obuhle phakathi kwabantu abasha kanye nomkhandlu waseThekwini. Okubalekile ukuthi njoba siqhubeka nokusupporta lo mcimbi ukuthi silandelele ukuthi ama recommendations aqhamuka ngaphansi kwalolu hlelo kube ezinye izinto esizisebenzisayo ngoba ziqhamuka nezinto engalekelela kakhulu ekubhekeleni izimo esibhekana nazo zodaba lwamanzi. African National Congress, we support the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mgwengwe. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Great.
Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are now on page 26, item number 2.10, proposed alienation of proposed portion A of lot Intaba, number 156006, by direct negotiation for the adjoining owner for worship purposes. Committee recommends.
Thank you. I've got speakers. Councillor Hlengwaya, number 1. Councillor Reddy, number 2. Councillor Ndlovu, AP, ANC, you are the last. Councillor Hlengwa.
Covered. Speaker, I can see the EFF is hungry for lunch. I'll pass.
Councillor Reddy.
I concur, Speaker.
You concur?
Lengcosana Speaker, sothi mase sibhekana nayo kube ngathi
Councillor AP Ndlovu, ANC.
Siyabonga Somlomo. Umhlaba lo esudayisela isonto. Njengomyalelo ke ka-ANC ukuthi amabandla fanele abe nezindawo eziqondile baphinde babe nobunikazi babo bangalo behambe bebeka amatende. Sibeke sesi-supporta le report ngenxa yokuthi uma ubuka lo mhlaba ubiza u-618,000 kodwa thina sizodlulisela esontweni ngesaphulelo sika 90% uzobo 61,800 ukuze baqhubeke njalo babe nendawo eqondile. So ANC sayisupport. Ngiyabonga Somlomo.
Thank you, Councillor Ndlovu. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are now on page 27, item 2.11, request for authority to conduct public participation process in terms of the Municipal Asset Transfer Regulations of 2008 to grant right to use, control or manage the proposed lease of a portion 7 of F752 Umlas in extent of 6,940 square meters as depicted on hand plan SJ number 4780/2. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mpele. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. Let's move.
Page 28, item 2.12, proposed transfer of Evan 728 and 729 Wamashu G, plan number SJ 4723/7 in extent of 1,190 square meters. Committee recommends.
We are on page
29.
Yeah, it's 29, 2.12, not 28.
Yeah, ngithe 29.
Yeah, page 29, item 2.12. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? Thank you. Let's move, City Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On page 30, item 2.13, donation of the energy saving and environmentally friendly desalination remix water demonstration plant. Committee recommends.
Right. Afuni nivume ngabona nguSpeaker ngangiruphi. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On page 30, item number 2.4 is the noting the reasons to amend contract number
2.14.
Yes, 2.14.
Yeah.
Noting the reasons to amend contract number PSC 2019/007 in terms of section 1163 of the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act number 56 of 2003 for the provision of professional services for the improvement of the Tongat water treatment works. Committee recommends.
Thank you. Two speakers, Councillor Gavenda, DA, Councillor Reddy, ADEC. Councillor Gavenda.
Thank you, Speaker. Hello, ANC. The majority in EXCO,
Hello, Auntie.
assisted by the EFF.
Order.
So let me repeat that. I want you to stop laughing.
It's 4 on your list.
Majority in EXCO assisted by the EFF in running eThekwini. Now, I think whilst we are grandstanding here claiming to be the best city in the world or in the country, there is a systematic collapse on multiple fronts within the municipality, particularly in trading services. The focus on EWS and the failures has been covered by every social media platform and major newspapers. The water and sanitation crisis has been this city's biggest service delivery failure. Most towns and wards have historical challenges with water and sanitation that don't seem to be getting better. And the majority of the issues predate the April floods, where these areas have been severely hit with rolling outages and sewer spills every month. So certainly, any upgrade or improvement to any waterworks, including the Tongaat, has been welcomed, but we must qualify this by saying that this is moving at a snail's pace. We also note that even the restoration of the flood-damaged waterworks has not resolved what is an open secret, namely the inability of EWS to supply adequate water to people in Tongaat for years. Every day there is an outage, some lasting days. Today we've just come out of day 4 of an outage because staff couldn't trek through mud to get to an outlet to open it. Now, what we must take note of is the fact that we can't be fixing water infrastructure in bits and pieces. We can't be putting Band-Aids on repairs, because when one fails, then something else pops, and something else bursts, and something else leaks. Now, in the Tongaat reticulation system, we've got a myriad of issues that beset EWS. And this applies, you walk into any ward, you'll find the same set of issues. The lack of preventative maintenance, the failure to upgrade infrastructure to meet demand, and we're still doing that. We've just announced 2,200 units, claiming that we've now built a new reservoir, Imona Reservoir, and that very day of the announcement, that reservoir was dry. Defective telemetry. Tongaat Waterworks is currently pumping blind to its reservoirs. The engineer does not know where they are pumping, what amounts to. How do you operate a system like that? You've got insufficient plumbers and WDO to go across just the northern areas. You've got about 70 reservoirs and you've got 4 WDOs to open and close outlets. That is why most of these outages are protracted. Fleet, stores, dysfunctional call center, unresponsive officials, etc., etc. We've said this in many, many speeches and items before in this council. The repeated shortage of chemicals to treat water or sewage, and Tongaat Waterworks has not been an exception. In fact, it's been leading the pack in the number of failures that we've experienced. This definitely points to a lack of foresight and planning, where these projects sit at design stage for years, which is indicative in this particular item as well. You know, projects that are protracted result in millions being plowed into extended contracts rather than new projects. Just last week, if I can just digress a little bit, the city experienced, and I initially thought it was a mistake, where the faults were vacillating from 4,000 per day. In one region, it shot up to 11,000. And in another region, I saw the fault count was sitting at 19,000 just for that day. Now, which brings me back to the Tongaat project. When these bursts occur, we know that there are insufficient auxiliary services like water tankers and water sachets. So it's a multi-pronged approach that is needed to actually fix our water reticulation, barring the unchecked vandalism and sabotage. Now, coming back to the area that had a 4-day outage, where the staff couldn't reach outlets because the road is muddy. This has been a situation for years, but what has your bulk unit done about it? Absolutely nothing. Now, people are without water because of somebody's fault, and I'm sure we will not see anything come of any consequence management here. What is extremely concerning is that this project deadline has moved to 2026. And I will say this again. We sent an invitation to the mayor to come to Tongaat to address people about the challenges that they experienced. What he did was he came in to open a reservoir, which again I'm saying was empty. Now, when is he going to come to account to the people of Tongaat on the multitude of challenges here? Telling the people of Tongaat that this project is only going to realize itself in 2026 is not going to go down well. And from experience where we've had other projects in the Tongaat region, there is always an extension and there's always more money put into it, and the problem will still persist where there's no water. So I'd like you to prove us wrong, because these bulk pipelines have been bursting daily in the Tongaat region. In fact, I'm subject to correction that Tongaat might have the highest incidence of burst mainline pipes in the city. You know, people outside of Tongaat don't know that we have never recovered from the flood outages. We've had outages before the floods. You replaced like for like with the Tongaat Waterworks, but we've got daily rolling outages in Tongaat until today, and it is not going to stop. There are many areas in eThekwini that require these upgrades on the many levels that I've mentioned above. And we certainly hope that there will be some consequence management in actually making sure that these projects run to date, on time, and without millions being squandered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavenda. Councillor Reddy.
Mr. Speaker, firstly, let's welcome the report that we're going to spend this 26 million in Tongaat. The rest story that Councillor Governor gave is 100% correct. The situation in Tongaat is dire. Residents are now completely fed up. They don't have water for long periods of time. The bursts are increasing, and yes, I agree, it may be the highest recorded burst in the city. However, I need to place on record the fact that as someone who does not vote for the budget, I've lost my right to decide how the budget should be spent and how this budget should be allocated. That is the reality, and we need to accept that. I also agree that 2026 is a long time. What we would like to see is in the committee that a report is presented on what measures are being put in place as an interim measure to ensure that people are getting water. I thank you, Speaker, and I would like to now be excused.
Thank you. Councillors, are the resolution agreed?
Good.
That's why I say no. Okay, thank you. City Manager, proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are now on page 36, item number 2.15, which is about request for authority in terms of section 1163 of the Municipal Finance Management Act to incur expenditure in respect of the rehabilitation of storm-damaged park infrastructure services on municipal capital assets on Evans 697, 970, and 973 of Conubia, intended to be used for the delivery of GAP or First Home Finance Subsidy Housing. Committee recommends.
There's one speaker from ATEC, Councillor Reddy.
You walked out the door.
No. There are two. Is Reddy and Councillor McPherson. Councillor Reddy.
He walked out the door.
Oh, so I'm busy. Okay. Thank you. I've got one speaker, Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me say in the first instance, we welcome this report as the DA. Conubia falls within Ward 102. It has the potential, well, it's a presidential catalytic project. It has both titles, presidential and catalytic. But by no means does Conubia, and in this instance I'm talking about the RDP section, not the industrial hub, which got looted, burnt, and destroyed during the riots, to the ground. Most of those businesses were burnt to the ground. Part of the reasoning that they were looted and burnt and everything stolen was given around, apart from the political divisions within the ANC and the so-called political insurrection, but a lot of it was around an opportunity to go out and to fill their houses with either fridges or TVs or food, given the lack of opportunity. The slow pace in delivery of RDP houses is clear for everybody to see. We've gone from 13,000 homes. I think if we crossed 2,000, but we've chewed the same budget, let me just also say that, is in itself an important measure of how slow delivery is for the people that need it the most. So why we welcome this is because it opens up opportunities for work and for the type of houses that are envisaged here. But Speaker, why I chose to speak on this is because we obviously support it, but I am going to encourage, while there is the regime that are in place here and they have the opportunity before they lose power, is to try and make good on some of the failed promises. And those are the dignity, being that this is a catalytic presidential project, Speaker, through you, there's not one street name, not one. The school still remains incomplete and unfinished. It was supposed to be September last year. There's no parks, no library, no security. The crime is at a different level because the street lights don't work. So what we're asking, Speaker, is not only for this amount of money. We're asking for much more. We want the urgency to be given so that the people that are living in these homes have the dignity that they deserve. But we 100% support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are now on page 40. It's report number 3, which is the report of the Community Services Committee from their meeting, which was held on the 23rd of the 11th, 2023. Item number 3.1, review of collaboration agreement, including access policy and data sharing agreement between the eThekwini municipality as represented by the Durban Natural Science Museum and the South African National Biodiversity Institute, commonly known as SANBI, in the form of Natural Science Collections Facility. Committee recommends.
Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? Yes, City Manager.
On page 41, item number 3.2, request to proclaim.
Sorry.
Can I just ask for a correction on page 41 for the Secretariat? The 11th line down. It says,
on page 41.
Page 41, it says to participation of institutions holding neutral science collections. I'm sure that should be natural.
Okay, thank you very much for that correction. City Manager.
Thank you very much.
We'll carry out the correction, thank you.
Honorable Speaker, on page 41, item number 3.2, request to proclaim MPCini Nature Reserve in accordance with the Natural Environmental Management Protected Areas Act, commonly known as NEMPA, Section 57 of 2003. Committee recommends.
Councillors, 3.2, are the recommendation agreed? Thank you.
On page 42, item
let me say this. We are going to deal with the last 2 items, then we break for lunch. We're going to deal with item 3.4, 34, and item 3.5, 44, then we break. City Manager.
Item number on page 42.
Speaker.
Yes.
I'm just confirming, since you have an item that ESCO dealt with this morning, obviously we need caucuses to caucus on those items. How are we going to deal with that after
We'll
lunch?
accommodate you.
Okay, thank you.
We'll accommodate you. Thank you, Nyamaso. City Manager.
Page 42, item number 3.3, request for authority to implement the recognition of prior learning program for enrolled nurses to further their studies and become professional nurses. Committee recommends.
2 speakers, Councillor Webster, EFF, and Councillor Sukabase, ANC.
Greetings, Honorable Speaker, His Worship the Mayor, Nomasbizango Skotini, Amakosa Sendlunkulu, all protocols observed. The duties of an enrolled nurse are 1, observing, measuring, and recording patients' vital statistics and reporting changes in patients' conditions to registered nurses and doctors. 2, providing physical and emotional support to patients and their families. 3, assisting with personal hygiene tasks such as bathing, showering, and dressing. These are but a few of the daily tasks of an enrolled nurse. It is noteworthy that such tasks require mostly physical energy, while not ruling out the mental toll it takes on these nurses as they toil every day to keep our friends and families healthy and well. The decision to add a bit of overdue dignity to the lives of these heroes and heroines is extremely welcomed by the EFF. We therefore are in total agreement with this progressive decision and are proud as the EFF to be part of making this progressive commitment. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Then Councillor Sokabasa.
Siyabonga, Speaker. Cabanga ukuthi usibingelelele kuwo wonke umuntu, siyabingelela kodwa kakhulukazi kumakhansela wonke kanye namakhosi asendlunkulu. Speaker, ANC siyajabulela lolu hlelo kakhulu ukuthi onesi bethu ababekade betrainiwe before uma sekuwukuthi iya phraser out ilokhuzana qualification yabo umasipala ukwazi ukubanikeza ukuthi ba-upgrade ama-skills abo ukuze bakwazi ukuba ama-nurse a-professional. Siyalibonga kakhulu lolu ncedo oluzobayenza ukuthi bahlale kwi-system and bakwazi ukuthi baqhubeke nomsebenzi akade bawuqalile, nanokuthi uma sibuka into eyayingakaze ize yenzeke ngentando yabo, it was designed before. If isi phraser out umasipala kwazi ukuthi abanakekele abanikeze ukuthi bayo-upgrade ama-skills abo ngendlela efanelekile, and siyathemba ukuthi umsebenzi bazowenza uqhubeke. So ANC siyalijabulela lolu hlelo kakhulu oluzosebenzela umphakathi wethu. Siyabonga.
Thank you, Councillor Sokabase. The resolution agreed, councillors. City Manager.
Thank
Last
you.
two items before we break.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On page 43, item number 3.4, annual report for the air quality management report for 2021 committee recommends.
Are the recommendation agreed? Thank you, City Manager.
On page 44, item number 3.5, annual report for the air quality management for 2022 committee recommends.
Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? Right. We are breaking now. Mbemba, can you please?
Speaker, I understand ukuthi silambi nami ngilambi impela. Can I request speak ukuthi at least iqede into zaka community services? Khona sona masibuya sibe siqhubeka ngoba ngenza masibe suthi babe nenkani isiphuzo uqede.
There's a proposal that we finish all the items from community services, then we break after that. Any second?
Seconded.
No, kill my item when I tell you right. Oh, two. Yeah, there are the only two items from the community. I think it's a fair request. Let's conclude them. Let's conclude. There are only two. City Manager.
Page number 45, item 3.6, request for approval to exchange birds between Umgeni River Bird Park and Amazona Endangered Parrots Breeding Facility. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. Vice Van Reddy, the first speaker, is gone. Zamaso Kabasa, the last speaker. Covered. Councillor Kabasa.
Covered. No, Siyabonga, Speak. kuningi impela okufanele kusikhave kodwa ngiyafisa nje ukuthi bazi ukuthi ena asigcini la ukushintshanisa ngezilwane asigcini kuyinyoni kuphela neyindangala siyashintshanisa ngazo ngiyabonga.
Thank you, City Manager. Last item.
It's not quite the last.
Yeah?
It's not
No,
the last one.
No, it's the last. Oh,
Thank-
no, yeah, sure.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On page 45, item number 3.7, request for additional funds for soup kitchen project. Committee recommends.
Councillor Reddy is gone. Councillor Hlengwa.
Angibonge speaker nakube khona
Covered.
abantu sebejahile kodwa ke umuntu uthi akayithinte le speaker bengingayena umuntu ovama ukusupporta lama programs until ngisondele kuona. I've seen something speaker as EAPF siyayisupporta I recommendation ukube bekuya ngathi ngabe mhlambe siphinde sithi kunyusa kancane kule mali allocatedwayo ngenxa yokuthi abantu bakithi bahlala ngaphansi kwesimo esibukhuni kakhulu abantu bayafa indlala. I've met a person who hasn't had food for 3 weeks and I'm hoping ukuthi lama soup kitchen uma ngase ande abantu bakithi bangakwazi ukuthi balale bedlile nabo. So see African People First, we very much support this program. Thank you, leadership.
Thank you, Councillor
Speaker,
Sakabase.
Siyabonga somlomo.
Speaker, sicela ukubuza Speaker, akamfanga emotional yakhe.
Ayidlobo wathi umuntu kuhlupa. Sakabase.
Siyabonga Honorable Speaker. Le initiative yama soup kitchen siyayibonga kakhulu. Sifisa nje ukubonga inqolo emasondo sonde yayiqalayo ngoba ilekelela kakhulu and I initiative yayo kwaukulekelela abantu ababethatha umshanguzo before kodwa ngenxa yokuthi inhlupheko iningi eSouth Africa isilekelela namakhaya amanye abantu abangenakho ukudla. Siyafisa ke kodwa Speaker ukuthi kuyo le sibabongele kakhulu kulochatha bazothola. Sifisa kodwa ukuthi kuthi xaxa njengoba uzawethu kadesho kodwa kubonga okuncane kubonga okukhulu. Siyajabula kakhulu siyababongela. Besifisa Speaker futhi ukuthi ekubongeni ngithi kanjalo kungabe ukuthi le program yama soup kitchen ithathwa njengengxenye yento eceleni nje kwamasipala. Sifisa ukuthi ifakwe nayo ithi xaxa kubasebenzi bakamasipala uma kuukuthi ngoJuly khona abantu bakamasipala bayanikezwa uchatha nalabo bama soup kitchen babhekelele ngoba umsebenzi wabo omkhulu. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you, councillors. Are the recognition agreed? City Manager. Yes, as per the request from council, that was the last item. Now, 3.8.
Sorry, Speaker. Amen. On page 49, there's 3.8. Community participation and action support unit.
I'm request to command the amendment. And amend this request, Lungil.
3.8 Community Participation and Action Support Units Consolidated Program Report for 2023-2024 Financial Year. Committee recommends.
There are no speakers on this item. Are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Right. Let's do this. The in-committee report is not yet ready, but the other part of the report that was outstanding is now available. I'm told have been given copies. Now, we are going to break, but while we are breaking for lunch, I also want to give you time to caucus the document that you have received just now. Belinda, we're now expecting the more documents for in-committee. Can I? Okay. Okay. Should maybe lunch in how many hours? We give them how many minutes? Councillors, we are going to break for an hour so that we have time to have lunch and also caucus these documents. Zama?
Ngiyaxolisa Speaker. La ku 3.7 Speaker besikhuluma khona ngama soup
Hayi
kitchen.
sengilambile.
Sikhulume ngento yokuthi sicela ukuthi kube ne recommendation yokuthi banyusele nabo kanye nabanye. Sicela ukubuza ukuthi ena kuzokwenzeka kanjani.
Aye, out of order. Zama.
Yeah, out of order.
Let's break for lunch.
Sengilambile.
Yeah.